Yes, hello. A lot of different sounds coming through in the beginning of today's foray into things, no doubt, but there's a perfectly good explanation for that. I am sure, even if I'm not entirely sure how those sounds would be separated from each other, other than the fact that one source of those sounds would just be the playlist, which is just normal, and then the other one would be, for a very, very short window of time, there are a little bit of audio coming in from a certain tab that I used because the process that tab is supposed to do was for some reason a lot faster today than it usually was. And by usually I mean I have seen it be done one other time, and I think that was yesterday actually, so shows you how much experience I have with that particular detail. But anyway, to make a long story short, I'm here, I'm alive, and hello to whoever may be present, be it in present or on future, whoever may be future at any time, in any place that may receive this message. Anyway, but yes, all that said in one word, hello. And, well, now that I have said hello, and I am, instead of being concerned with having said hello, I am now instead concerned in clicking on the right things, because I've been tried to deal with a couple of times today, including just a little while earlier before, pretty much right before I was supposed to start the stream. Yes, having to restart the computer for a very stupid reason, so now I have to, like, just kind of fumble around and try and figure out where everything is that I would like to click on, and that I would like to be able to click on because I would like to have it open. But one thing that I think I did manage to have open so far, well, there's this thing. This thing which, this one file which is for some reason much quieter than everything else. To the point where I think I'm just gonna go ahead and fade it out too. Even though I like this song, I feel like that file could probably use a boost. Probably should do that at some point, but the first thing that I do today, or that I shall do today, because it hasn't actually been done yet, and which matches this first thing that I usually do at the best of days, would be guessing some VGM. Some video game music. And the volume for that is, well, I have to reshuffle this thing again, so we're gonna go through like a handful of these things. Yeah. Go through like a handful of these tracks before I get to the main thing, which will also probably compel me to bring up something like this. These freaking visuals that I have for it, but anyway. Well, let me start by doing what I said I was going to and go through the first handful of tracks that show up when I shuffle this to combined playlists, which shuffle a lot faster today. Which include the one that I just played, which was Captain Falcon's theme from F-Zero GX, the ending Starfall theme from Mario 64. This weird, esoteric, techno-y remix of Lost Painting, which I don't think I'm nearly as big a fan of as other people seem to be from Smash Ultimate, even though the song is originally from Symphony of the Night. And the final boss theme from Crash 3, I think. Dr. Neo Cortex is the name of the track proper. There is Breakout of from Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, which I can only tell you what that is because I'm looking at the info right now. That the freaking start of this track up until that part could be like a whole bunch of different tracks that all have this generic kind of breaks kind of thing at the beginning that builds up the thing. I've seen a whole bunch of tracks like that, but anyway, or heard rather. There's Thames, Spirit of the Man of the Sea from Xenogears, a game that I will play someday. There's Engard's theme from DK64, there's Recollection something from Justice for All. I think just Recollection Steel Samurai, right? The thing cuts it off, so let me see. Oh jeez. Recollection Steel Samurai's Ballad, which opens it up in a different tab, which has twice the volume that I had before. There's Final Fantasy V boss battle, so just battle 2, I guess. I think is what it would usually be called. It follows the older Final Fantasy's naming conventions. There is Sunset Sands from Beetle Adventure Racing, another game that I will probably stream at some point, but who knows at this point. There is Crash 3 Insane Trilogy version Boneyard / Dynamite / Egopus Rex. I don't know where Slice came from, other than just from my complete inability to pronounce /. as an impromptu thing, which surprises even me, but anyway. Also, Everything's Alright from To the Moon, another game that I may play sometime because... and I mean on stream even, because it falls... ah, goodness me, hold on. Well, let me see which one's next, so it's not just silent when I do this. There we go. But yeah, To the Moon might be something that I play sometime because it not only falls under the Chase Games label now, but it also falls as an adventure game thing, which has like two different things that I have different parts of the stream pretty much devoted to, so that's neat. But also this is Splatoon 2, and this track's called Ebb and Flow. I feel like I have a much harder time remembering track names from Splatoon 2 than 1, but I don't know, I feel like probably just didn't actually end up playing nearly as much Splatoon 2 as I did 1. By the time that I started playing Splatoon 2, I feel like that slow growing realization that I actually kind of hate competitive games and they make me want to die. That started to set in a little bit. And even though I probably would have had a hard time trying to convince myself that I believed something like that when I first started playing Splatoon 1, that was a hell of a binge, but I don't even know if I could go back to it now. Maybe, but I don't know, anyway. But now that we've gone through the first 14 on top of the list here, which are the ones that are spoiled right off the bat, I'm gonna actually start this properly, which is 5 VGM tracks. Each one will play for about a minute. And anyone present, myself included, may make an attempt to try and guess what they are, even though I probably will not make any concrete guesses if I am certain on what they are, only if I am not certain. So starting right after I skip to the next one of these tracks. Now. Oh boy. Yeah, that very specific kind of strings ensemble at the beginning makes me think of one particular game, but then it turns into something that is definitely a little too happy to be from that game. And now, as a result of the overall shift in tone, my suspicions for which game this particular track might be from have changed. I no longer believe that this is a Halo track. Now it could be from something like Kid Icarus Uprising or Grand Blue Fantasy or... I don't know, Skies of Arcadia. I feel like I would remember if a specific track from Skies of Arcadia sounded like this, though, based on what I've heard from that game. Another game that's a JRPG that I never went through that I probably will at some point, but on stream as well. Well, it's been a minute, so let me just go ahead and look to see if any of those guesses had any kind of merit. I guess kind of. It was in fact a JRPG, and I guess it did come out in a Dreamcast based on the fact that the image that's being used for the cover art in this video says Dreamcast on the side. But apparently, no, this is Grandia 2, and I don't know if it's cut off, but apparently the name of the track is Grana Saber, which I feel like this track must have stood out to me at some point in the past to the point where I probably downloaded it, but because I pretty much stopped forcibly teaching myself chase tracks some time back, I guess it's not really gonna stick nearly as much as I hope it would, anyway. But yeah, that's what it is. I have no idea what the context for this would be in the game. And I also feel like I would probably want to at least try out Grandia 1 before ever touching this game, so who even knows. Okay, anyway, that's track number 1. Skipping to the next one now, which is a lot easier. At least a lot easier in my eyes, because, you know, I can actually tell what it is. And probably would be a lot easier in a lot of people's eyes, given how this is a very popular game that is not only popular, but it's also free. Let me see. I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and let this play out, because I'm pretty sure I'll let this play out and also go back to the desktop for a bit. There is yet another thing that I need to open up real quick, just so I can access it at my leisure from now on. There we go. By actually having it open, which is... this game. There is apparently some kind of extra content. I have no idea what have no idea what the difference is between the version that actually costs money, I guess, for this game and the free version that I'm pretty sure most people would know, but it's been a minute yet, it has been a minute here. Pretty much right as I said that. But fortunately, I don't know, I've heard some dodgy things about the publisher behind this, specifically the, I guess, Plus version is what it's called. So I guess I should consider it a good thing that I got it for free on one of those epic giveaways, but anyway. This is Cave's story, obviously, and, I say obviously, but you know. Everything is relative, and this is the Mimiga town theme, which I'm pretty sure is just like the area, sort of town area that you start the game in. You're just kind of hanging out there at the beginning. I never actually beat this game, though I did play a fair amount of it back in the day. Back in, like, middle school, which I don't know if, I don't know, like, the timeline for when this game was initially released, so that might have been, like, right after it was released, or at least very close to it, but I don't even know. But yeah, I've never really gone back to it or beaten it. Maybe one day. That's what I can say about pretty much everything here, but anyway, next track here. That'll be track number 3, and I hear ambient noises. I guess it's gonna be one of these tracks that starts with really, really quiet ambient. Or ambience. Gee, I sure hope that it turns into something that I can actually recognize, or that I would at least deem recognizable before the 1 minute mark is up. Well, it's pretty much taken half of the 1 minute mark just to get to the point where I can hear something that I would consider at the beginning of a melody. So I don't know if we're gonna get there, so we'll see. I would say that this could possibly be one of those weird outliers of the Chase OSTs like Uncharted, but probably not anymore. Now let's go into this part. I'm actually somewhat intrigued by whatever this is supposed to be. And it has been a minute, so I could just look, but I feel like I want to listen to it a little bit more, because I really have no idea. I don't think I can think of one thing that Chase said this would match. It might be something that's only in submissions, I guess. Yeah, that would make more sense. I'll wait another 5 or so seconds, or like 8 seconds when I said that, for it to get to 1 minute 30. But yeah, I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna find out now. This is apparently... Oh yeah, that would be why this is, in fact, a submissions thing, I think. This is Killer Instinct 2013, and apparently the name of this track is Hinamatoon, which is all that's shown on the video image, well, text overlaid on top of a picture of what I assume is a character with that name. I don't even know though. So I was a little bit confused at first, but then I realized what it was. Oh, a Kirby. Hello, Sunshine. Kirby, which is kind of a somewhat ironic centerpiece for when I'm doing this part of the stream, given that I probably wouldn't be very good at recognizing music from Kirby games, except for a couple, but I'd recommend. Good to see you. This being the middle track of this 5-track random selection, which I guess in just a second I'm about to go and skip so we can get to the next one. Let's do it now. Oh. You know what, I'm gonna go ahead and veto this one, because I get the feeling that this might be one of those tracks that... This is FF10 Overworld, but this might be one of those tracks that makes the Square Enix copyright robot salivate at the mouth, so I would rather not risk this one. Let's see. I'll go ahead and veto that one and see what's next. Here we go. I get the feeling that, or at least I would like to imagine that this one won't raise the eyebrows of any lawyer robots that exist just to spoil people's fun on the internet. At least I don't think that I've seen any kind of issue with that happening with tracks from this game, but who knows. I mean, this game didn't even have an actual clear OST release for the longest time. And by the longest time I want to say something more like for about 2 years after it came out. And it's a pretty good game. I do have to wonder, well, since I already know what this is, let me just take a look. Okay, there we go. Kind of wondering if this is the weird version of the, I don't know, organization for the tracks. for this game's soundtrack that the chase has, which is like divided by gameplay. Which is not how it works on the actual official soundtrack release, where all of the tracks were like a particular, I don't know, group are all one track. But no, this is all one track, and speaking of that, I'm pretty sure that didn't even acknowledge it right when it happened, but it has been minutes, so I can go ahead and say that this is from a pretty good game, which I've already played, but I probably will want to also play on stream at some point, which is Return of the Obra Dinn. And the name of this track is Unholy Captives, and because this is, or at least I'm pretty sure it's only like the first half of this track that would play in the chase, I would probably call it Unholy Captives A. But I don't really, I don't know, I mean, they might end up doing it like that, but I would rather just call each thing like the chapter title, which is how it works on the official OST. But Unholy Captives, there you go. Go ahead and click away from that quickly so I don't spoil myself on the final track, which is playing now, and which is also something which has the potential to make me slightly paranoid about the copyright robots, but I get the feeling, I don't know if I get the feeling, but I would at least hope that they wouldn't raise a fuss about this one. Even though this is from a Square Enix game as well. And probably one that has been, like, has had its soundtrack out and cataloged or whatever for long enough that probably wouldn't be a problem at all for them to do that, but I don't know, I feel like this track feels, at least until it kicks into this part, which is probably what most people would remember from the melody, but I don't know. I kind of want to say something like, it's not one of the standout tracks, but this is a character theme, so it's definitely not like as much of an outlier track as some others from this OST could be. Well, I better not continue to feed my paranoia by actually acknowledging that it's been a minute, and I can just come out and say what it is, which is FF7, and it is Tifa's theme, if I'm not mistaken, yep. Not to be confused with, I want to say there's a couple of different tracks, probably like the one that's called Interrupted by Fireworks or something that sound a lot like this one, not just at the beginning, but overall. But I don't know, but yeah. I get the feeling that for every second that this continues to play, I will continue to be paranoid, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go to the last one, well, the last one for today, which is not really part of the guessing anymore, it's just like extra 6 track that I played just for the hell of it, just to see what would be played next, and this is from a game which I guess I have played now, from that time that I did like a sample platter kind of thing. This being Witzel's theme from Darkstalkers on the PlayStation. I have no idea if Darkstalkers had an arcade version, I would wager that it probably did, but if it did, I have no idea how different that would sound from this, if at all. It's something that would probably be worth looking into, I guess, but I don't even know. But anyway. I look over and realize that I have a couple of things that are plugged into the power right now, but... or no. I have a couple of things that can use the same thing that I used to plug a certain range of things into the power, but it turns out the one that I did have plugged in, which, to be fair, is the one that I'm going to be using in just a second, is not the one that needs to be right now. Rather, it was my phone that needs to be plugged in right now, which I've just made that swap. Swap which will hopefully not result in the delicate balance of the incredible density of wires where I am being upset, and so something's just gonna come crashing down to the ground. Oh, what the fuck. Okay, this the song from the upload that this is playing off of just finished fading out, and yet there's like another 30 seconds after it goes completely silent between that point and when the video ends. That's it's interesting whenever they do something like that. Let me skip that one. And there we go. But anything else I wanted to say before I just moved on to other thing? I guess not. I was just kind of trying to say in a very roundabout way, gee, I sure do hope that this mess of wires that I'm messing with to move stuff around here doesn't cause something to just fall and make make a loud noise. I don't think that there's anything that would actually fall right now that would break by falling, but I'd rather not take that risk. Ooh. Also hope I don't accidentally freaking rub or poke the side of my headphones against the freaking microphone or any part of the microphone thingy that I have. I have the arm that it's attached to, I have the microphone itself, and I have like a freaking like pop filter arm thingy that's clamped onto the arm. And any of these things I'm pretty sure would make some kind of noise if I touch them. Some kind of noise feedback that would go directly to the mic. Since these things are all attached to each other, but anyway. But yeah, that was video games. Not video games, actually. That was not video games. That was actually the part that comes before video games. Which will ideally give way to video games, which is what I will probably be moving on to in just a moment here, as I actually aim to start up Chrono Trigger again. Is there anything that I want to note that I forgot? Probably not. It's probably gonna be fine like this, there we go. But yes, it is time again for the Chrono Trigger to be reactivated, methinks. Hello, Burn. Well, to be reactivated as I once again fall into the slight temptation to click on a few other things, but then I actually try to stay focused here because I'm actually a little bit paranoid that this thing that I'm going to be running it off of is going to do the same kind of nonsense that it was doing earlier today, which is the very same reason why I had to restart my computer twice. Which is that it's just going to magically decide that from one moment to the next it no longer wants to recognize the controller that I'm using, and so probably the only way to fix this, at least for this emulator that I'm using, which is RetroArch. An incredibly versatile and useful piece of software. Which, apparently, if any kind of configuration change occurs with how it's recognizing the controllers, the only way to fix that is to restart the computer altogether. Incredible, but I just hope that doesn't happen. Because even though it happened twice today, it technically hasn't happened yet when I've streamed this in the past, like during the stream or anything, so I guess knock on wood, or whatever you want to say. In relation to that, let's see. Is there anything that anything else that I have to talk about on this screen? Probably not. I did a few things off screen on this file, which is the stream file, but even so, apparently I have not even not hit the freaking timestamp that I had on this other file that I was doing by myself earlier, which is what? It's technically at a point earlier than the one that I am right now in this file, but there's actually a few things that I want to kind of fuck off and do that are side content before I resume the plot stuff that's happening right here. Well, it would be a little bit easier if this person would just not walk on top of me and trap me in the corner there. The Guru of Life predicted the Queen's plan and went to the Mountain of Woe, and that's what we've been working towards resolving in this particular arc of the plot, but how about we just interrupt all that all of a sudden and go do something else, because there's a few different things that we technically were able to do since a while back, since pretty much right after we powered up the pendant. Actually, give me just a second. There is one thing that I'm going to want to look at as a reference while I'm doing this. I think we're going to want to go back to the Middle Ages. Start this off. There's a couple of different things we can do. And hello, Agador. I just barely missed the, well, I mean just barely. How long has it been since I started the stream? Missed the end of the guessing section, but a few tracks played. One of which was from something that was actually in submissions and not something that has made it into the chase yet, so that's something. Not yet, something that I kind of very, very partially addressed by going to the future and opening up the seal doors in the future. But not really doing anything else is the fact that now that we have the pendant and that it's powered up, we can come to these chests. Something inside is reacting to the pendant. Remove the object. No. And we can look at them right here in the Middle Ages. And we can make them react to the pendant, but I'm pretty sure that at least for the majority of these things that we can find in this time period, we're better off not actually opening them straight away. So I guess right now the order of business is pretty much just to go around this place. And go to all the houses in the towns, and also to the castle, I think. Find as many of these chests as possible that react to the pendant, and make them do that. Yeah, powering them up. That's pretty much how it works. There's also a thing in here, which I'm pretty sure we could start messing with. It's one of the like endgame side quests that we can do, but I think I'm gonna actually not bother with that quite yet, but rather leave it off for after I do a few other plot things. I think pretty much after I do pretty much every part of the plot that is available to do up until the start of the final dungeon. We're just gonna ignore the giant quicksand vortex in the desert for now. Actually, I don't think this village exists at all in the present, I guess, in 1080, so it's probably not going to be anything here that we can actually interact with. And do that thing with. Let's head into the forest. That's actually something else that I did. It's kind of on a whim when I was doing stuff off screen. I came back and I got like another 10 shelters. From this dude. Oh no, I have I'm pretty sure that that's the 31st of them that I have, technically now. You can never have too many shelters, even though you probably can't have too many shelters, considering that. Oh, there we go. That chest does not exist in the present, so there's not really any danger from activating it here, and just immediately opening it, you don't even get an option to not open it. It's an extra speed tab. And I get the feeling that there's only gonna be one location in this whole castle that has another chest like that, and it's not gonna be down here. Pretty sure that there isn't anything in the kitchen either, which is across the hall here in the lower level. It's gonna be in one of the towers, if not in both of them. We destroyed Magus' troops and we owe it all to Ivan. Everyone's just hanging out. We're such a fixture of the castle that visit is not something even worth commenting on, but there we go, here's another one of these. In the left tower, something is reacting to the pendant, but let's not take out what's inside quite yet. So there's one in the left tower. Don't remember if there's one on the other one as well, but I guess we're gonna check right now. There's a few ordinary chests here and there that aren't the ones that react to the pendant, but no, I guess there's only the one in the left tower, that's pretty much it, so... So there's a couple of those that you can find down in the village of Pore, or however you want to pronounce it, and I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a few more, at least a couple more in the actual village. That's where Chrono is from. I think that's just called Truce. Well, Chrono or Ibon in this universe. But remember to stay in character or something. Even though I think, quote-unquote, staying in character in my case would imply some kind of weird Lovecraftian RP fanfic thing. And I haven't really been feeding that kind of notion at all so far, so this probably isn't a good time to start. Let's see, I don't think that there were any chests or doors like that in the cathedral. I could be wrong about that, but if there are, I mean, those aren't gonna... The cathedral doesn't exist in the present, so... I don't think it's really gonna matter whether or not we get them straight away. Oh, here we go, here's another one. It's been in the family for generations, hoping that you may have what's inside. Well, there is something inside, but we're not gonna take it quite yet, so it's pretty much every other thing. And I guess that's pretty much it. I'll just go ahead and walk back to where the epoch is, or whatever I named it this time. I don't even remember what I did name it. And go to the present. Actually, there is one... Hold on. Before we actually go to the present, we can literally go right back there. And literally right next to where we parked that... okay, this is kind of weird. Apparently the friggin' Memories of Green, or whatever the overworld thing is. If we go to the present and then go right back to 600 AD, it continues to play in the overworld until we actually go into a location, but we can go back into the magic cave, and there we go. Get a magic ring, because there's one of these chests in here, which I'm not sure if I remembered, but I think that's the only thing that's in there. So this time let's actually go back to the present and stay there. And did you know that Magic Cave is also one of those locations that doesn't exist anymore in the present, so... I think that I've done everything so far in such a way that it's not gonna... like I didn't mess it up, but just in case, let me save before I do anything. Go to the Mayor's Manor, and there should be a couple of chests somewhere in here that we powered up in the past. And here they are. There's also a chest here that I guess I've never opened. There's another shelter. Maybe I did open it, but anyway. Black vests, power up, received blackmail. Now we can blackmail somebody. And also white mail. And I think that pretty much... the main purpose of powering those things up in the past and then opening them in the present. Was that the only thing that was in this town? I think it might have been. We'll have a quick check. So it gives you these mails, these elemental mails, which I think... I don't remember if they negate or absorb or do something, but they basically help out immensely against specific elements. And hold on a sec. Actually, there's something that we probably want to get from here before we mess around with doing anything else or going anywhere else. And that's if we go to, was it the inn or was it the snail stop, whatever it is? I think the place that's right next to the, well, one of the ports. I think we can talk to this guy. Got the best jerky in town, but I'm saving it. Might let some go for, say, 9900 G. How about, well, didn't think so, but I'm pretty sure that we can afford it right now, yeah. Yeah, something else that I did was basically trying a whole bunch of tech points off screen, to the point where pretty much everyone, and by pretty much everyone I mean literally everyone has... Yeah, let's get the jerky. You must be really hungry, here you go. Everyone has all of these single techs maxed out. So that's something that's not really going to be a factor in waiting for anymore. And what else? Well, we're going to be doing something with the jerky in just a moment, but first let's go back to, I guess, the inn that was here somewhere. It isn't even really something that we need to use, given that we can just sleep for free at our own house. Blue vest powers up. Found blue mail. We got white, black, and blue so far. And I think there's pretty much only 4 different elements that you can get Okay, hold on, there's like one or two other things that I probably want to look into while I'm here, but I guess it's because we can't freaking jump into the whirlpool anymore. I guess it's just like a one-time thing. But even if you... wait, what? Oh, never mind, you can jump into it again, but the point is, I forgot it was over here and not a new thing, so probably I'm gonna actually unironically use the vortex point in just a moment, but might as well go here to the forest again first. I think that if we go to the top right again, which is the place where we can take the teleportation. No, never mind, we can't actually get back there, at least not through here. Well, let's go to the castle then, because I'm pretty sure that there is a reason for us to want to go back there. Tip the terrorists. What if we bring out What's-Her-Face to be with us when we do that? I don't know. Somebody wanted to... Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inputs. That's how many I wanted. Jeez. Does she have anything to say? I've been worried, Princess. I understand your pain, but the king really only cares about Israel. Even when your mother, Queen Elisa, passed away, she worked all day. Don't you do that, it's inhuman. Well, it's ancient history now, but it's maybe difficult. Queen Elisa's condition suddenly changed for the worst. He desperately wanted to see the king one last time, but he couldn't find the time to drop by. Said he had some work to do, but knowing nothing about death, he waited faithfully by your mother's side. Elisa passed away in sorrow. It's as if the king indirectly killed her, such a shame. Well, I guess killed her in the same way that certain characters' dramatic death occurred in Les Miserables, but what do I know? There are reasons for everything, right, dear? Wink. So I guess this guy suddenly doesn't hate us anymore, even though he's pretty much the whole reason that we weren't allowed in the castle before. Due to the king's orders, the court is adjourned. Mr. Pierre awaits downstairs, so... I don't even know if he can go to the prison area anymore. I'm your lawyer, Pierre. King has been so gloomy since Princess Nadia's disappearance. Listening to my story, he has concluded that it was not a kidnapping. It's taken time, but I think he understands. Still, the Chancellor's acting weird. He may give us some trouble. Where are all the soldiers that work in the jail? I talked to the guy that's down here. But the Chancellor really gave it to the king in court, somehow. Those jail guardians were an odd bunch. I get cold stares from them. It's like they weren't even human. Well, I mean, some of them weren't human. They were mystics, but... The Chancellor lost it right around the time he ordered the dragon tank to be built. Well, now the dragon tank is destroyed, so clearly there will be no further incidents like that, will there? I think this is actually how you get to the jail again, yeah. Well, it pretty much has to be, since there's like a chest here that we picked up in the past. But I guess we can't actually go back into the jail area again because the bridge is destroyed. If we try to go to this side... We're about to begin celebrating with the king like that. Getting ready for the Millennial Fair, even though that's been going on for quite a long time now. Chef's ancestor had a cook-off with Magus' troops, and I guess he won. I guess his brother did come back alive. What about that? The old lady's handling the kitchen. Gotta tread softly around here. Just the way that she can cook, but she can yell too. Don't come in here without permission. Okay. I guess we can't actually get food from the kitchen here like we could in the Middle Ages. If we go this way, what's in here? Hyper Ether. This one is locked. I think it might also be related to one of the endgame side quests, but I don't remember the details too much. You want to be put in trial again or something? Yes, we are forced to assume that the courtroom that we saw during that particular sequence near the start of the game is behind that door, but I don't remember if we were ever actually able to go through it again. I feel like there's a lot of late game stuff from this that I just don't remember very clearly. Princess Nadia, this castle is dead. Well, there's the king. What do you want? I'm not giving in to your demands. It's your fault for leaving the castle and letting these hoodlums in here. You might as well beg for bread on the street corner. This is a nice thing to say. You're a disgrace to this family. You care more about your country than me or mother. I mean, do those things have to be mutually exclusive and just repeating what the Chancellor said? Good riddance. We're no longer family, do as you wish. And the Chancellor has a shiny eye that nobody notices there. Oh, woe is me. I too hope Princess Nadia returns, even though she's literally right in front of you right now. She's a dead ringer for her mother. What if we go into this tower, the right tower, because the left one is where the shiny chest would be. And here we got another hyper ether. Oh, actually wanted to take a look here before going up again, but that will work. I'm in charge of her physical education, in charge of discipline, and she's missed almost every lesson this year, and I'm in charge of the princess's education, which I guess does not include anything from the disciplines that the other two people here mentioned. Alright, I guess we didn't actually come by here before though, based on the fact that there were all these unopened chests. But now we can go back up there. Get one elixir, get the chest open. Level up for the red vest, get the red mail. And if we go talk to the king, I think. The king is deeply concerned about Princess Nadia. But being a king, he keeps it all locked up inside. Just like he keeps himself locked up in his room. He only lived for Princess Nadia. And he certainly is showing it now. And hey, check it out. I've got nothing to say. What's that? You're a favorite. And this is why you bring the jerky. For me? Let's see. What? How dare you, giving me something this rich when you know I have high cholesterol. I also recently learned that apparently F8 is like the default key for... Hold on, do I even have this thing highlighted? Well, now I do, yeah. The default key for taking a screenshot on RetroArch, so why not? But it's your favorite. This is the last straw. Now I know how you really feel. How dare you give me something I like? Never show your face here again. And now we're pretty much... I don't think we're banned from the castle again, but we can't go into that room anymore. But I don't think there's anything else that we can do to advance that particular plotline now either, where... There's still some turmoil going on in the castle in the present. Or if we can, I don't remember how it's done anyway. So I got pretty much all of the chests that were over there. Let's see. And go to the vortex point yet again. And go back to the Hecaran cave. I don't remember which part of the Hecaran cave this is, if this is like right at the end of the whole thing, or if it's closer to the beginning. I get the feeling that it's closer to the beginning, because this looks like it would make more sense to be... pretty sure this is right at the beginning, actually. But I'm pretty sure there's also something in here that we want to take a look at before we leave, but we will have to leave through there at some point. Or not, maybe, actually. It might be a better idea to leave first and then come back here to save a little bit of time. And come back out here. Can go visit Melchior in his hut. He seems to be doing just fine. But he hasn't really changed his inventory of crap that he sells, so... come over here for a couple of different reasons. We can actually come here first, because I'm pretty sure this is the first, the forest ruins here is the same place that can be seen from the Seal Kingdom. Where they say, like, the Queen sealed the elemental weapons over there in the pyramid, but it can't be accessed by anyone. But it can be accessed by you after you power up the pendant in the present. Right, plays the sealed door theme again. And it plays another pre-recorded message from one of these new. Seal has been broken. I will give you the treasure of the Guru of Reason. To the right is a weapon which increases strength, and to the left is protective gear which will guard your life. Choose whichever you feel you need and take it with you. 13,000 years was a long time. Balthasar, I will see you shortly. I guess it was put here right on, well, right when we were able to visit the past, which was 12,000 BC, but yeah, that's the one that's offensive and that's the one that's offensive, but I'm pretty sure that's something that they don't tell you, is the fact that this one you can only get from here, whereas the other one can be charmed from some enemies in a little bit farther on, so let's get this one. Which is the Swallow. I'm pretty sure is a weapon for Ivan here, and apparently is even stronger than the weapon that I got earlier for him, so yeah. Go ahead and get that straight away. And now that we've gotten that, let's not go to the Elder's house, let's go to, I think, this residence, which is the other one that lets us go to the end of time again. And apparently Old Man wants to talk to us now. What could that be about? Interesting, so he actually finished the Wings of Time. In fact, he gave his life for it. I'm gonna put that device to good use. Take it to the ancient land of magic. Okay, well. Well, I mean, maybe we'll do that again. We already have done that pretty much, but... Go to Truce Canyon in 1080. At least should live there, I think. Banner Dome 2300 and Guardia Forest 1000. Well, not... Yeah, I guess the canyon is technically not the same area as the forest. One of them is the forest. One of them is the forest that's right outside the castle, and the other one is... Okay. Here's the forest mountain area that's near the village. But hey, there's another chest back here. Which gives us a power ring, which I'm not even sure if we need, but let me check the equipment for one character who I think is actually using that power scarf. I'm pretty sure it's +4 power, but power ring is probably gonna be more than that if I had to guess. Yeah, +6, so might as well make that swap. And you pretty much have to go through the gate thanks to this barricade that they put up. If you want to come back here once you actually are able to open that chest. But now that we've done that, let's go back to Medina Village, wherever that is, whichever one of these gates leads there. Here we go. And now we go back through the Hekran Cave. There, I'm pretty sure there should be another one of those sealed chests, and that's pretty much another part of the reason why we want to come back this way. We're gonna come back so we can get the stuff that's in the pyramid. Well, one of the two things that's in the pyramid, because we can only choose one, so that we can go through that gate to the end of time and then go out through another gate to get the other chest. And the forest, and also there should be, like I said, a third chest in here. I just don't remember exactly where. I'd like to assume that it's going to be closer to the end, so there we go. Got one wall ring, which based on how the... Wait, what? There's something else in here. What in the world? Got one dash ring. Wow. So maybe that was supposed to be kind of like a fake out, like a spooky fake out telling you, hey, maybe that chest is like a mimic or something, but no. And if I had to guess, we got a wall ring, and then what was the other one? Should probably be at the bottom here. Dash ring, speed +3. And the wall ring is... no? Down here? No, there it is. I don't know why it's above the blue mail, which we got earlier, but magic defense +10. We only got one of these, so... oh goodness. Whatever the value is of, or the criteria is for these things being put in order. I guess it must not be just strictly the order in which you collect them. Ah, there we go. And we got all those things, though there is just one last thing that I want to do before going back to your regularly scheduled plot stuff that we need to do, and that's to go back to the Middle Ages once again. Can I go up through the mountain? No, it's gonna go behind the mountain. Because as it happens, you can power up the chests in the Middle Ages and then get the upgraded version of the item from the present, but after you have done that, you can actually also go back to the Middle Ages and open up the unpowered chests and get the item that is the unpowered item as well as the other one. So you know, might as well do that. Got a black vest. We haven't even looked at the actual items from the equip screen, so for all I know they're gonna have even better base stats than whatever I'm already wearing, like wearing a rainbow helm, which I think is one of the best helms in the game, to be fair. What about this? Apparently I got a flash mail from the freaking... absorbs water, lightning, and shadow hits. Flash mail is one of the super expensive items that you can buy from the shop in the... at the Earthbound village. But apparently it's not even as strong as this stuff that you can get at the same time. So let's see, we got 4 of those to collect. We got the 2 down in that elder's house. We also got 1 in the inn up here, and we got the 1 in the castle. And there we go. Probably gonna have to re-equip or re-outfit or whatever you want to call it, the other people who are in my party when I actually start doing something that involves me fighting things. But I can wait a little bit longer for that. Especially because I don't think I'm actually gonna be using this party specifically, but maybe. This isn't it's on this level, isn't it? It's not one of those things that's actually inside if you just are like going up through the stair landing, so... there we go. We got all the elemental mails and the elemental vests as well. So now we can actually go back and start doing things. As a matter of fact, I think the team that I'm probably going to end up going for is this team, but instead of what's her face, instead of a backside, it's gonna be Ayla or whatever I renamed her at Sadler. That's it. So now that we have done that, let's go back to the person that I don't even think we need to heal up right now, do we? I think we're pretty much maxed out. And even if we did need to do that, I'm pretty sure that we can just use the place where you're allowed to sleep over in the Earthbound Village before we go back to climbing up the mountain, which is what we were doing before. So back to the past again. Back to this place, Terra Cave, back to all of these things that we pretty much saw at the beginning but then walked away from immediately. Let's make a quick save as a formality, even though I've technically already been doing stuff up on the mountain. And the boss that was here already, and the beasts, and now we can actually explore this area properly. And you might notice that there's a few things missing. Hold on. Let me go ahead and do the formality here, which is, I guess, charm from these enemies, even though actually we already done that. Hopefully just to actually see what... yeah, there we go. Good one, Alloy Blade, which is a particularly strong sword that you can get for Ibon at this stage if you haven't gotten anything that's better, but I'm already using something that's stronger, which is the Swallow, so not really gonna make that much of a difference. And I already had one anyway, so... It's not gonna be particularly impressive, but something that I am a little bit more interested in is something that I was neglecting to do before, which is opening these chests. Got a load helm. But I get the feeling it's not gonna be as good as the Rainbow Helm. I've already given everyone from the charming dose of the beasts. But still, probably a good curiosity to at least hold on to, I would imagine. Let's go this way. Something that I do find kind of weird right now is that apparently Ibon has the highest speed stat out of everyone. Whereas that usually goes to Sadla whenever she's in the party. And yeah, there may be a few things missing because of my own off-screen forays into this area, but that's just fine, don't worry about it. And it's pretty much only the reason why that's the case is because, like I said, I was doing some tech points grinding to max out everybody to their maximum number of techs, single techs that they can have, pretty much as they are now. But we get another freaking save that we don't really need all that badly, and we can go this way though. Tell you that I know this quite well. Hold on, actually, let me try something. Let me see if I can charm something over the gargoyle. I don't remember if that guy gives you anything specific. Nope, it was the thought that counted, so he's not actually going to be able to give you anything. At least not in this particular occasion. I'm pretty sure you want to kill those gargoyles quickly anyway, just because they have an attack that they can do that brings your HP down to 1. So you don't really want to deal with that nonsense. Pretty much the same kind of logic as attacking enemies that have that kind of aesthetic type. But here's this guy. Let's open these chests first. Got a shield, just a shield. And a load vest, which I'm pretty sure is once again not really going to be anywhere as good as the rest of this stuff. Unless maybe it is, never mind. Apparently load vest is just barely has better stats than these elemental vests. And what about the other thing though, the shield? Is it an actual accessory? Is it something that we can use? Is it actually a weapon of some kind? Maybe not. Is it one of those armors that only the women can use, no? Well, what is it then? Shield is apparently caught physical hits by a third, but it's not an accessory or an item. That's weird. We just can't have it now, it seems. But also we can find these things here and there. The rubble enemy. Which immediately does this whenever the battle starts, which means that you can't use techs or items, and it has a very high evasion rate, but apparently that didn't affect us at all this time. And if you do manage to kill it though, you get 1,000 experience points. And you get 100 tech points. I guess we're not actually getting tech points anymore because we're all maxed out, but you get 100 tech points from each rubble that you kill. And there are a bunch of different rubbles up on the mountain, but... And the one over there is the only one that respawns, so I ended up having to kill that one a few times. But I think that's all dealt with now, at least. Oh boy, let's see one of these guys will be able to be stolen from. I don't even remember if they give you anything good, but I just will try to find out. Got a big hand? Oh yeah, there you go. You get a strong weapon for this guy, for healer. Which I'm pretty sure is what he has equipped right now. So I guess we pretty much just gotten to the point where you want to charm every single enemy that you possibly can, even if they're just normal enemies. Too bad that you actually can't charm those rubbles, because it's pretty much impossible since they lock your attacks. There's nothing over here. We can go up here and probably actually get a battle if I try to grab that chest, if I had to guess here. Didn't actually get this battle before because I didn't even try. Even though I did look just a tiny bit further on this screen. And there we go. Mark of the Beast damage on that imp. Just as I muted myself for a second to take a drink. I feel like this is one of those rare times when I actually do need it kind of badly. Oh boy. And, you know, don't be fooled because for this one battle configuration, the gargoyles show up as the main targets instead of the imps, because I think it's, I guess, a priority that you have for what order you can select these enemies in has to do with the alphabetical order of their names, so... Because they're not riding the birds, they're not bantam imps but stone imps, which puts them after the gargoyles. But now these guys are bantam imps again, so they go first. And yeah, I do get the feeling that the extra grinding that I did to get all the tech stuff maxed out might have led to me becoming even a little bit more incredibly overpowered than you would ordinarily be expected to be at this point. Can I not fight this one? There we go. And there you go, that's what you would ordinarily see quite a fair bit if you fight one of these things. A lot of misses on the attacks, but eventually you do get a couple of hits, and that pretty much spells the end of these guys. At least with these stats you do. They don't even attack you, I don't think. They just like sit there and If you take too long to kill them, they do eventually run away, but I don't think I ever had that happen to me on this run. So yeah, I gotta tell you, so far the freaking mountain area here is just going very, very smoothly, unusually smoothly. There is one, yeah, there we go. Another enemy type that we hadn't actually encountered yet, which I was waiting to encounter, because you can also steal something from these guys that I'm pretty sure that we're gonna want. I might as well clear out the rest of this place before we go to them, because I think you have to go through those guys on the left to advance here. So here we go. Man-eater, which I get the feeling it's not gonna be anything special, but might as well keep my eyes open anyway. Got a pearl edge, which I'm pretty sure is a sword for a frog. But... oh. And there's also this, which I think they're just trying to confuse you, but... hopefully it's not really working out for them. No, it did work out for them in the end. At least we managed to steal from them before that happened, so... it's probably not gonna make any kind of a difference. Nope. And let me see if I equip, because what does he have right now? He has the flash blade, which we can swap out for the pearl edge, because... bleh. Which is also something that's even better than the stuff that you can buy from the really expensive shop in the village. Is there anything up here? We can go this way. Do we want to go this way? We might want to go this way, but... well, we're gonna just clear everything out. What? Pretty sure that doesn't work. But okay. I'm gonna try to follow that path that he just took to punch that guy, and yeah, it doesn't work. There's a barrier right here, and I'm pretty sure that I see a save point over there, so... it tells me that there might be something up ahead that might actually be significant. Oh Jesus, hold on. Now let's kill the gargoyles first, as is our want. Should at least have enough time to do that before... never mind. Before this becomes a potential factor, but I guess not. Okay. Let's try doing this. Let's see. Kill the gargoyle so that it doesn't have a chance to attack, but... just for the hell of it, let's try to charm one more thing out of this guy. So we have an extra copy, probably? Nope. Never mind. I don't think we need more than one anyway. Still not sure what the shields are for, but there we go. Got a shield and a shelter. Let me save right here. I'm not sure if we're like right before the boss here. We might be. No, we are not. Okay. Got a time hat. What's this about? Prevent, stop, and slow, which is nice. And it almost has as much base defense as the Rainbow Helm, which is also nice, but I don't know if we're gonna need to protect against stop and slow specifically now. Oh, we got a tab down here. Not gonna miss that, probably. Maybe we were right before the boss, never mind. Well, do I need to? I probably need to use the shelter just for the hell of it, just so we can. Do a thing. But sure, I'm also gonna wanna have to, or just going to want to change the armor for one of the characters. I don't think she can wear this mail, can she? She can wear the low vest, which I guess is better than what she had before. No, never mind, she can wear the mail. But apparently the low vest is better than the mail for her. But yeah, assuming that we're not gonna be running into anything else between this save point and... Oops. In this save point and the boss. Let's well actually save. Use the shelter and then save. Yep, here we are. Hey, look, it's Ozzy and his crystal. How did he end up here? Can we actually leave after we see that? We can. But predictably enough, we're not supposed to. This big cage. What's happening, though? Can't be the only one that's here. Oh, this big boy is also gonna hang around and get in our way. And I think, well, hold on. There's probably a couple of different things that we want to do before anything else in this fight. First thing I'm going to be doing is... Hey, check it out, I can actually... one character can actually absorb that fire tech, and then Plasma Shadow is probably also going to be absorbed by... yeah. That's his face over there. So we got the hands and the main body, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure that we must steal from the main body, but can we even steal from the hands? It was a thought that counted, I guess that's a no. Oh, whoops. Probably attack or concentrate on one of the hands here. Let's charm the main body. Which gives us a speed tab. And we do have Luminaire now, so I'm pretty sure it costs 20 MP to use, but it does apparently do heavy damage on all the enemies, which is pretty much what we need right now. Gonna be enough to just immediately nuke the hands. Well, I guess not quite. Reviving head with defense armor. Oh shit, okay, so better get rid of both of them there. It's two Luminaire again. I can figure that's gonna be the best bet here. Is that gonna be enough to destroy the hands? I guess so. There we go. What about this super strong single tech that she has? There we go, that's pretty good. What about shock damage? All enemies with max shock damage enemy with melt beam. Which I guess we can't do, but we can use this one. Hit enemy with multi-punch. I don't think we ever actually tried this out because it had been unlocked the last time that I had streamed this, so there we go. These are pretty good numbers. Let's save Luminaire. Let's actually not even attack with Tex, with Chrono, or Ivan, or whatever. Unless the hands actually come back. I get the feeling that just doing this over and over again is going to be the key to victory. He's just so shocked that he can't do anything. I'm actually going to see if I can save the rest of my attack points as well with her. Or not. Commencing armor restoration. I might as well just pop this. I guess there's not really that much of a reason to try and save this for a later time. Oh, especially if it's just gonna go ahead and kill it in that one move. For some reason I thought that this boss might actually prove to be somewhat more difficult from my vague remembrance of it existing, but I guess not. It was actually kind of a joke. And hey, one of us leveled up. Hey, that's the music that we heard in the cathedral back in the Middle Ages. That's gonna mean something, right? Nope. Hey, we were talking to you in about 12,600 years in the future, or no, 13,000 years in the future, actually. I am Melchior. Have we met before? More importantly, can you tell me anything about the Ocean Palace? Well, I mean, some people have mentioned it to us, but I don't think we're supposed to know too much about it so far. Or yet. The Queen has degenerated to that degree. The more energy the Mammon machine absorbs, the further the Queen degenerates. Her spirit has been stolen by the infamous immortal Lavos. The infamous immortal, even though. It just kind of begs the question of how that, well, the seal has been broken, the mountain will collapse. But yeah, that kind of begs the question of how any kind of reputation would be given to Lavos before the bizarre network of things that was created on Seal began. But the Mountain of Woe is about to crumble. So what's gonna happen to the people that are right below it? I mean, is it gonna crumble as in fall apart, or is it gonna fall out of the sky? Gonna fall into the ocean, because I'm pretty sure that if that hits the ground, that's gonna be like pretty bad. Well, apparently we're just fine, though. I guess we didn't actually end up suffering any kind of repercussion from that. Lavos sleeps deep underground while consuming the energy of this planet. The Mammon machine is brought closer to him, he may awaken, so he's pretty much like a Cthulhu figure, if that wasn't already quite evident. We must hurry before it's too late. Also, Shala is here. Somehow. Probably could have used her help a little bit earlier, but why have you come to such a miserable place? The enlightened ones were once the same as you. Only difference is that we are under Lavos' control. What a filthy hovel, says Janus, though. After the Mountain of Woe fell, I thought I would find you here. It's safe for you to leave the palace. The Ocean Palace is now operational, so is it safe for you to leave the Ocean Palace? Without me, the Mammon machine won't work. I've turned my back on that evil device. I've kept the skyway open. You must stop my mother. Or not, since this guy decides to show up. Tisk, my dear. I'm gonna actually try to put a vowel in the middle of that, even though that's not usually how that's done. Your presence is required elsewhere. Geezer speaks. Silence, old man. Have a fireball, I guess, and quick tap on the head to this woman. You'll come to the Ocean Palace with me. Do anything funny and shall as dust. Quinn's children all seem to have a problem with authority, don't they? The life of this woman means nothing to me, even though he literally came specifically for her. And apparently that was actually enough to just stop us from doing anything, even though we probably could have done something. Well, I'm alright, but we must save Shala or else. Even though it's coming from you, Melchior, if the Queen is allowed to fulfill her scheme, all life as we know it is doomed. So now here comes the main theme of the game, to assure you that we're gonna do something. I guess you're willing to challenge the Queen. You've done so much for us, and I don't even know your names. Gramsci's Redstone help I will now sadly help you, even though that didn't, That happens in the future, I guess. Even though it's... I guess he just gets flinged through time in the... yeah. It's made from the same redstone as the Mammoth machine. With it you can destroy the machine, so I guess we just got a different sword. Ruby knife. So it's also made from the Dreamstone, even though... if I remember, the Dreamstone was actually present in the planet before Lavos came here, so... kinda have to wonder what the relation is between the two. Shell has been abducted. Without sorcery we can't do a thing. Or so we think. So what do the people say now? Do they have any comments about the Sir Janus headed towards this skyway to save Miss Shella? Janus or Janus, I guess. However you feel like pronouncing that name in English. And yeah, fortunately we did blow a good amount of money on getting these things, at least one of each, but we managed to pick ourselves back up considerably. Gurus of Time and Reason are missing. Well, we know where the Guru of Time is. And we've met some of the new that I guess the Guru of Reason was working with. I don't remember if Balthazar is supposed to be the Guru of Reason or the Guru of Time actually, but... so it was the Enlightened ones. I guess Melchior is supposed to be the Guru of Life. The Enlightened ones and the Earthbound ones lived as one. How could something like this happen? Also, do we need to rest again? I guess we might as well. Because we did also use up all of our freaking MP in that fight. Let's see. Jesus Christ, my throat feels really close today and I don't know why. I should probably take a few more drinks, but unfortunately this game doesn't really allow for that many times when I can just shut up. Oh, what am I doing? I'm not supposed to do this. I'm supposed to go to where the Skyway is, through the Skyway, and that eventually is gonna lead us to where the Ocean Palace is, I think. Even though I think this is the same place that we came through when we first came to this age. We can go back to Enhasa, I think. That's what place this is here. Do the people here have anything different to say now? Dreams can come true, but at what price? Strange visitors. So I guess pretty much everyone here says the same thing that we heard the first time. I believe there may be a doorway of destiny right around here, yeah. We found that a long time ago. Water, wind, and fire. I don't remember where wind is. I hope this is wind. But I guess fire might be one of the ones that's right here, yeah. But I get a feeling that even if we open this up now, we'll might as well talk to this one too. See the hidden path, open the doors of knowledge each in turn. Pretty sure that the stuff that we found back here is just gonna be gone forever. Yeah. All life begins with new and ends with new. This is the truth. This is my belief, at least for now. I feel somewhat compelled to read those. I guess I'm not really gonna try to find the other one if we go to the other city, but I do feel somewhat compelled to read that in the same kind of tone as Machen's voice from FF10. So I guess we're pretty much retracing all of our steps, but this time when we make it to Seal Palace, we're gonna be able to go somewhere else from there. I think that's how that works. There we go. The jar, I'm pretty sure is what's over here, yeah. And the blackbird. And this is where we first got taunted by Dalton, but I'm pretty sure that he's not going to show up again here, but I guess these two dudes didn't actually get the memo on the fact that I guess we're not fugitives, because they don't care that we're here. Well, let's go all the way up to the palace. Alright, there we go. Actually, before we go into the palace itself, let me go ahead and make a quick save outside of it. Probably gonna be for the better. What lies beyond? Well, I don't know what lies in front anyway. Things that are born of dreams must return to them. Power of lovers can make hopes and dreams come true. Well, that's what they think. Earth is alive and it has changed over the eons. From flatlands into mountains, from mountains into oceans, you may find a way. If you could pass eons of time at the Forbidden Palace or the Sun Keep, well, I mean, I guess we're probably going to the Forbidden Palace now. Do these two not have anything to say? I guess not. Queen took Shala with her to the Ocean Palace. We enlightened ones will finally attain immortality. Seal will rule forever, as I'm sure you who are from the future. Even though I guess we wouldn't be aware of that, would know. Oh, here's this guy. Why is the prophet allowed inside while I'm stuck with guard duty? Ah, there you are. I let the prophet go knowing he'd mess up sooner or later, but I've no use for you anymore. So I guess we get to fight this guy, which I honestly did not remember, but... I guess he has the freaking gravity attack, which is Iron Orb. What if I try to charm something off him? Can I do that? Can I perhaps a power meal? Counter with something that isn't just a normal thing? What about laser spin? What if I hit him with an elemental attack? What if this is gonna be like a gimmick, like with the first golden fight that we did? Oh, apparently he's just gonna do Iron Orb to counter literally everything that we do, so... Go ahead, try and attack. Oh, that means that we probably shouldn't attack here. What if we do a different thing? What if we do a heal beam? Instead of healing or hitting him, we heal ourselves instead. What if we don't bother to attack him? And what if we heal the guy who's supposed to have the most amount of HP in our party right now? There. Okay. 318, was that not a counter? I wonder if that was supposed to be a counter, okay. Does that mean that the counterattack period that he, I guess implied that he probably had, is now done? Well, let's give this a try. Well, I mean, he's countering with this no matter what, so... doesn't really matter. Oh shit. Darn burp. Well, can he actually kill us with this? Well, he didn't anyway, so... Got 1,000 experience points to the 500 G. And that's it. I'm going to be immortal. I can't be beaten now. So time to go over there, even though... Let's go back out here and probably try to find one of those healing floor panels before we do anything else. So I guess it's like supposed to be like the end of the golem fight where he can potentially just finish you off with whatever. With like the final suicide attack that he has, but I guess he would really only do that if you were very low in health. And now Lavos beckons. That was a very short chapter period. It's just like coming back up here after the Mountain of Woe and killing that guy. And I suppose this would be the... There we go, the passageway to the Ocean Palace. Which has one of the most memorable tracks in the game, if you ask me. I remember, like, probably this the most clearly out of... Black energy grows, having scariest waking up, says Mune. Probably remember this the most clearly out of pretty much everything else in the game, I would say, from the first time I played this back in the day. Raise the power of the Mammon machine to its limits. You dare to disobey me? Well, tells you that didn't take long. What bright splendor, the incredible power of Lavos. And here's yet another one of these freaking save points, but I don't think we need to be that paranoid. Guess we should probably go ahead and try to kill as many of these things as we can, but... Well, I'm gonna be one in that chest. And even the friggin' battle doesn't change the background music. But one lapis. I don't remember what the lapis is supposed to be for, but Scouter fights all magic but lightning. All magic or all attacks? Well, we might as well try lightning just to see what happens. He takes high damage and he dies. Okay. You seem to have pretty high defense for everything that isn't magic, though. But they do go down quickly enough. Got one rune blade. Oh yeah, we got the freaking ruby knife before, didn't we? Can anyone actually use that as a weapon? Maybe not. What would the rune blade be for, assuming that it's for someone? For this guy. It's better than the Pearl Edge even, so, and raises magic, so there you go. We don't have any better weapons for her, do we? No. Got water hits by 50, Rainbow Helm, Lightning. Ooh. I didn't even realize that we were specially protected against lightning. Specifically with the Rainbow Helm, but I guess we are. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna be something that we can very well exploit in one of the boss fights in the later part of this whole sequence. It's like the smart thing to do. Also got an Egon suit. What's that for? What difference does that make? Okay, so it's got high base defense. I guess we can use that, but I think I'd rather use that for this guy for now. And instead of having the red mail, let's change to the white mail for Ivan. Wait, what? Okay, these guys kind of came out of nowhere. There's a mage now too. Can we charm anything from the mage? A barrier. I wonder if we want more barriers or what. The mage, which apparently he says gonna be able to, or gonna be willing to just fucking beat you up with just fucking slapping you. Even though he's called a mage, so I would expect that he would have at least some kind of a elemental attack, but who even knows. There's always the possibility that this will go quickly enough that we will just not be able to find out. And we got Lapis. What is Lapis for again? I feel like that's a consumable, but I just don't remember what it does. Lapis restores 200 HP for all, there you go. That's pretty good actually, so we should probably try to get more of those. There's also these blue scouters, I wonder what's up with them. That's what we're steal from them here, blue scouts, that's straight up what they're called. Steal from that guy. Maybe they're gonna be like, and they give you shields, which I still don't know, but yeah. They're gonna have like one specific weakness, and I guess that's determined by what color they are. Oh. Okay, there we go, the mage did something. I might as well focus on the mage if it's gonna be able to do shit like that with Confuse. Even though that's not even Confuse, is it? No. It's literally just can't use techniques. I thought that for some reason that had actually resulted in us not being able to, you know, direct our attacks properly, which is what Confuse actually does, but I guess not. So yeah, it's very simple to deal with the enemies here. Just don't be a big goof. And they'll all go down eventually. That one Star Sword. Which is apparently not as good as what we have so far. Well, it's a bit stronger than the Alloy Blade, but it's not as strong as the Swallow, so... A bit of a moot point. Wait, what? Oh, I guess we came in through here. To the right. So this leads to a different location. That could be up with this place. Can we step in the middle then, maybe? Oh. Well, we certainly can trigger something, but what could it be? Let's steal from the... Let's steal from the guy in the front. The bar guest, who for some reason is the second one selected, even though he seems to be the... Oh boy. Muscle fusion with nearby brothers. Is that a counter, or... Tech counter? Or is he countering specifically because we're targeting him and not the other guy? Let's see. Brother conversion / fusion. Oh jeez. Oh damn it. Well, I guess we can steal from the other guy now. And I get the feeling that we should be trying to steal from the Jinn first. Well, hold on, let's heal up. I shall use the heal beam. That goes here. What if we come back here and trip the switch again? Can we do that? I guess we can't do that. What a shame. But I hope if we run into at least one more of those guys. Not that I would like to imagine that I better know how to approach them. Okay. Doesn't look like the enemies respawn that we've already taken care of, at least. Let's try stealing from these red guys at some point. Not quite yet, I guess. Well, maybe in this room they'll show up again. Okay, let's try to target Jin this time and not the other guy. Get a Lapis, and... Protected by Barga's shield. So we're gonna try to focus on him anyway, just to see if that... in spite of this increased defense, we're gonna be able to deal with this guy. Oh jeez. Or maybe not, but... I mean, also if they stick to that mode of events, I don't think that it's really gonna be that much of a threat to us. The way that I look at this right now is this might take longer, but we're taking a significantly less amount of damage because of the fact that we're not triggering counters. We're the ones that have a... oh shit. Counters being triggered. We are the ones who are countering. But no, I guess the thing that you are supposed to do after all is target Barghest. And just wait for that to happen. I get the feeling that we are supposed to do those encounters just to advance the state of those rooms. Shit, I didn't mean to attack that guy directly, I meant to steal from one of these guys and attack the mage instead, before we focus on attacking them. You got a barrier. It's all magic about fire, even though that's not even magic, but... I don't think that having that technique locked out is going to be really that much of an issue. Or not even just that technique, just like edit techniques. That one, Eon Helm. Is the Eon Helm going to be better than the Rainbow Helm though? Nope. Doesn't even have any special attributes, so... Let me see, do I need to heal right now? Not too badly, no. I gotta wait a little bit longer. I can try to fight these guys, but would it be worth it, or should we try to do something else to try and figure out how to open the way forward here? We could go down diagonally into the wall from there. Is there anything like that over here? There is. Okay, let's check out this one first. It's another room where we fight these guys, which... can also try to avoid. But one shock wave, whatever that is. Oh, it's a gun for... oh, for what's her face? Luca aka Fiffin, which says random chaos. I hope that's not on the user. But I'm gonna gamble and put it on her anyway. What's this about? I get the feeling that we're gonna, yeah, gonna want to go in the middle there. Well, we can't keep going around the edge here. What if I go around the other edge? Oh, and we get stopped even faster. Alright, let's deal with these jerks. Let's deal with the mage first there. Now we don't have the potential of being locked out of something like, you know, the appropriate magic that we're supposed to be targeting these guys with, which we're not really doing anyway. So we can deal with this just fine without having to resort to the high, I guess, DPS corresponding magic. We can just beat them up with physical attacks and it'll work just as well. And we got a Sonic Arrow. I keep feeling that I already know who that's for. It's for you, isn't it? Yeah. Random slow. Again, I hope that's not on the user. But in case that it is, or even in the eventuality that it is, I'm gonna take that risk nonetheless. Yeah, I don't think that we're gonna be wanting to do every encounter here. We don't necessarily benefit from it, even. Got a Kaiser arm. Is that better than the arm that we charmed off the enemies in the mountain? Yes, it is. There you go. And also Kaiser, whatever, feels like it's an adjective from Final Fantasy, which it probably is. And I get the feeling that this is going to be open now. Yep. Hey guys. Don't mind me. Nope, never mind. We got someone else in the mix here. It's the scouts and also a thrasher. Let's try targeting the thrasher first. Also thought that counted. Oh boy. Well, we can say that about this strike. You know, the appearance of the thrasher, which I guess is the same kind of enemy type that as those guys that were guarding the blackbird. Kinda reminds me of those bird ninja enemies from the Middle Ages in the mountain. Well, what if we went over this way? Because I see those stairs on the left that are quite clear. It's just like a some kind of outlook thing, a ledge or an elevator perhaps. There's also like, how to say, shinies showing up on the sides of the screen. Yeah, there's a shiny there on the left. I don't know if that's supposed to be that. We're supposed to mean that there's some kind of tab there that we can somehow grab, but if we can, then it doesn't look like we can grab it from here. Wait, what? Okay, I was gonna say, why can't we go back through there? That just seems suspicious. We'll deal with the mages first before we even do anything else. And then I guess we'll try to deal with the thrashers in short order as well, but oh, for fuck's sake. I was kind of hoping that that wouldn't happen. But of course the one character that got locked out of techniques was the one that I would have liked to be able to use techniques. Well, let's try heal. That will dispel that. And now, before we even start beating these guys up, let's see if we can steal from either of them. Was it thought that counted? Well, multiple counterattack technique. Oh Jesus Christ! How much damage is this gonna be? Is my question. Should we even bother? Not a whole lot of damage actually. That's pretty much negligible. What about the other guy? Will he be willing to part with whatever it is that he's hanging on to? No, I guess not. Let me check something real quick. I feel like this is a good time to do a consultation with my sources. Just to see if I can even charm off of these guys, or if that's just straight up not possible. Oops. Let's try things here. Thrasher, let me see. Oh, we got a lapis from the fight, which is nice, but let me check this real quick. Charm. Can we charm the Thrasher? Looks like no. No, we can't. Okay. Well, at least now I know for sure. I guess something that we could probably also try to do is use the speed tabs that we've been hoarding for so long, because I'm pretty sure that speed is actually a skill that, or a stat that doesn't actually improve through leveling at all. It's just static forever. How many do we have? We have 6 of them. We should probably spend at least a couple of them on this guy. I don't know if you would really want to spend the rest of them on him though, but let's see if that makes a difference at least. I could also spend the rest of the tabs that I have now, but I don't know, I feel oddly compelled not to. Let's do the heal beam, which puts us in pretty good state. Let's do it once more. Still, there's an even better state. Oh shit. And now we're gonna have to find all the guys that we did touch before. And just take a bit of a beating, but I'm pretty sure it'll be fine, question mark. Or apparently not even take a beating because I thought that if there were more than once, okay, there we go. More than one of those guys still actually do the counterattack just as before, but apparently we can only do it in pairs, so it doesn't even do that much of a difference. Oh Christ, what? Okay. Apparently this statue will just target you if you try to. If you try to stall her, I did not remember that detail. What about this one? Will this one do the same? I guess not. But apparently coming over here will summon more of these guys, and also a different type of enemy. We got thrashers and we got lashers. Let's try to steal from the lashers, I guess. Much I thought that counted, you get the feeling that those guys are also not type of enemy that you can steal from, which is a shame. But oh well. So that was their counterattack. Well, it seems to have the same kind of middling effect as the other guy's counterattack. But at least the animation for it was faster. That's clearly something to be seen as a saving grace. And here is Massa. The ancient red rock has been passed down through the ages. From it a pendant and a knife were made. We embody Melchior's dreams, sealed within the knife. Well, the red ruby knife is the same blade that eventually became the Masamune, I guess. That's what's being implied there. Where if you plan to confront the queen, we're counting on you. I actually forgot about that detail, even though I probably had already seen that too before. The pulse of eternal life. Dark force, wild energy. Oh. Mammon machine, your majesty, it's too dangerous. But apparently she's just gonna sap that guy away with the freaking static thingy. The Tesla coil. Immortality will be ours. Seal will have the glory it deserves. Too long have I waited. But this is seen as it's got to be unfolding very slowly though, if it's all happening in real time as we approach. Oh boy, we got Jiren Vargas again. We might as well deal with them, I guess, if we're gonna be using the save points. Or we could use the save point without dealing with them, but will we be able to escape afterwards? No, we will not. There we go. Alright, I guess we're gonna do it the way we're quote-unquote supposed to and try to get Vargas first. Thought it was gonna be countering every attack, but I guess I misremembered that. Target shield destroyed, so now we can actually be taken care of in very short order. Okay, I completely misinterpreted how the Vargas had reacted during the first encounter. And here we go. Oh no, I guess the thing that we saw before. Whatchamacallit. Fuck, no, please let me do this before. There we go. I mean, I don't think it really makes a difference if we get clever. If anyone in this battle gets their text sealed, but it's just really annoying when it happens, you know? 10,000 hertz, oh boy. Oh, but it didn't work. So I guess the scouters do have some extra abilities if you just beat them up with physical attacks and just take a while to do them in. That aren't just that weak HP down rain thingy that the blue guy did. Just a second ago. But it hardly makes a difference, I mean. That one Lapis, Ivan's level up, and now I guess we might as well. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have some forced encounters here in the elevator in just a second. So let's go ahead and heal before we do that. Oh jeez. Well, let's deal with Vargas first, I guess. It's probably gonna be the best idea. Is that gonna be enough to kill him? Yeah, okay, so deal with Thrasher. No, I didn't want to target Thrasher first there, actually, but rather Jin. I have a feeling he might end up being a little bit of a nuisance, but these guys might too a little bit, unless they just completely forget that they can counterattack or just refuse to counterattack for some reason. Maybe not all counterattacks are guaranteed, like I think the only counterattacks that I had seen so far that are not guaranteed are the ones that one of our party members can do if you have the... oh Christ. You have the accessories that let you counterattack. Well, at least I succeeded in making Hilar fast enough that you can attack the mages before they get their first turn, but apparently it didn't make a difference in trying to just neutralize them completely here. Multiple counterattack technique, are they gonna be able to hit two people? Nope, only one person, even though those were two people in a line. Very much so. And, you know, speaking of hit rates and stats and what have you, the hit rate for those guys' freaking sleep attack seems to be abysmal. Oh boy, and now we just got like the rainbow of these things, but doesn't really matter. And fittingly enough, we can just do them all away by just sticking to what we know. And they'll all fall in turn. I guess those, like, holes on the floor of the elevator, though, are supposed to be glass windows or whatever. Not actual holes, based on the fact that both we and the enemies are able to step on them. Oh shit, they have an actual triple tech. And even though it clearly does not encompass that freaking prism that they just made, clearly does not encompass all of us, they're still able to somehow hit all of us. It's weird. Well, I get the feeling that that is also only an option, like, it's only something that they can do if they have at least one of each elemental type in the battle. Well, at least the red guy's freaking spooky raid attack does a bit more damage than the blue guys. Is this the default target now? Oh well, doesn't really matter like what order we finish these guys off in. At least it shouldn't. And please tell me that's everything. That's 3 battles. And that we had to deal with during this sequence, and yeah, that does seem to be everything at least. Let's do a quick heal for everyone. All the difference that's probably gonna make. What if I go this way? That guy's there. What if I go the other way? What if I wanna do what they are doing and just scout ahead before I do anything? Well, okay. Yes, we are gonna have to fight some things. Okay, yeah, let's kill at least one of these guys as quickly as possible so that they can't do the delta attack. Never mind. Delta attack is a counter. That kinda sucks. Well, that was a crit that we didn't oh, never mind. I was gonna say that because our first attack on that one guy was a crit, that should mean that we definitely were only gonna need one more attack on him to kill him, but apparently not. That sucks. How about now? There. Well, at least we're able to hit the switch now. We can step on the button here maybe, but doesn't look like that really did much. I hope that I didn't just screw it up by stepping on the button before activating both of these switches. Alright, fine. What if we, you know, humor the game and attack with elemental stuff? Oh, there we go. That actually does guarantee that that guy will die first, but it didn't really make a difference to, like, eliminate one of these guys from the battle as quickly as possible. Until the delta attack thing came into play. Okay, how about now? That we've definitely hit both switches, can we do this and have something occur? Yeah, there we go. Because it also makes the statues rotate, which I hadn't quite noticed before. And I think we're about to run into a boss fight here, which... if we are... no, not quite. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, in just a moment here, we're gonna run into a boss fight with an elixir, but there's a bit of an X factor to this next boss fight, which means that it can be either one of the toughest bosses in the game or one of the most ridiculously easy ones, depending on how you go about it. And I fortunately do know how to go about it. We got the white mail for that guy, the white vest, and a rainbow helm for everyone. Which should mean... what does it mean, actually? Hold on. Can we just, come over here, just a shelter. And then save. I think I know what it means. I was just, like... being coy about it, I guess. And we've saved, and we have all of these sliding absorbing gear for at least 2 characters, and then the other one is protected quite well regardless. Made it this far, maybe I underestimated you. But this is the end, they will take care of you. Come, Golem Twins. Both with a single word, though. So it's pretty much the same as the Golem enemy that we fought in the palace before that we were supposed to lose to, but... now that we have elemental absorbing gear, things are gonna be different, I expect. And hey, Lambda, thanks for the hydrate. I feel like I probably need might need a hydrate a little bit more today. Times 2, please. Hold on, what am I trying to do? Let me actually pause this real quick, because... figure out where this thing is that I used to stir the freaking melted ice water into the rest of my drink. There we go. It just sits at the top otherwise. There we go. There we are. Thanks for the hydrates. And... I can use a quick heal beam maybe from Robo or Hiller or whatever I named him. And copy lightning tech. And pretty much hit him with nothing other than this max shock. I don't remember, is this also a lightning element? Hold on, let me do this first. Just to be safe. Which is a pretty strong healing thing too. Yeah, we can actually charm the enemies here and steal tabs from them if I remember. Got one magic tab. Even more tabs that I'd pretty much been neglecting to use. Oh jeez. And our counterattacks. Oh shit. Let's do charm on that guy and then do lightning 2 on both of them. And then with lightning 2 in play, I'm pretty sure that we will be invincible again. His physics, yeah. I'm pretty sure that for some reason the charm ability seems to counter a non-elemental attack. Got the lightning tech, let's do some heal beam again. Not even heal beam this time, just cure beam against or with the only person who really badly needs it right now. Doing lightning 2. And he's worthless on everyone except for that one guy. And even with him, it's just killing him very, very slowly, so he can heal himself as well. And they can also do these counters which doesn't even change the element, and yeah, let's just do one more heal. Do lightning 2, I'll be waiting for something else to happen, and here's something that I should do is wait for both Ivan and Hillard have their turn. And then try and max shock to see if that actually also is lightning element. And yes, it is. There we go. We got multiple attacks that we can do. With the same element with our current party loadout, so that's neato. We'll pretty much just stick to doing that over and over now until these 2 guys are dead. Which, with any luck, shouldn't be that long from now. I mean, I'd like to assume that they got pretty much all the same base stats as the one golem that we fought before. In the Seal Palace that we were able to defeat even at that point. In spite of the fact that, you know, you're pretty much gimped with what you can do at that point. To counter that specific enemy and you're supposed to lose that fight, but hey. Evidently that is no longer the case. Ooh. Does that mean that they're both dead, or is just one of them dead? Nope, one of them dead. I guess we don't need to learn to do lightning 2 anymore. I can just do this and have the other guy heal himself. That's for safety's sake. And there we go. Yeah, this fight can be pretty annoying if you don't just cheese it like that, but at least it's pretty simple if you do that. You beat the Golem twins. Alright, this calls for the Golem boss, but what's this strange force? Could this be Lavos' energy? It's almost as if that's the exact same thing that we were trying to tap into this whole time. All my work will be in vain if I expire before I'm immortal. As opposed to if I expire after I'm immortal. But yeah, there you go. Even get a couple of extra magic tabs out of that deal, which is nice. As we approach the 100 saves mark. I don't remember if we're gonna have another boss fight here that we actually can win. Spoilers. Well, that we can win without extensive cheating on the first playthrough or some kind of bizarre grinding or exploits. This is the whole of the Mammon machine. Now is the time to turn back, dude. Just like that guy. Just jump off into the nothingness and watch as this group of people cannot be interacted with at all. Oh, here we go. What a strong beast. Well, let me tell you. A gravitational pull. I sense a dimensional warp. And yep, we came. What are you doing, Shall? I need your help here. It's almost as if I've just been asking you to overload this thing for quite a long while now, had you? Use the knife from Melchior to stop the Mammon machine. Well, we're gonna have to get through these 3 people first. Here we go, Moon, ready, big brother. Guess we're just gonna be able to do that with telekinesis. Knife used the machine's power to become a sword. That's what happened. That sword alone can't stop it. Well, I'm sorry, but I guess we were just following orders. And now... And it might be story time very soon, if this is the sequence that I think it is, and it is, okay. Even though we can technically reach this much sooner by going to the bucket at the end of time, we finally get to this. First fight against Lavos, in which all but one of us is just instantly exterminated. Destruction rain from the heavens, but you're definitely supposed to lose this fight. Just immediately get annihilated and then you die. Oh, I can't even do anything right now, but even then he can still counterattack. But if you do... I don't know, how do I phrase this? If you take advantage of shenanigans or just happen to know how to exploit things just right in such a way that you don't actually die there, you can actually win that fight, and that actually gives you an alternative ending where you go to, well, it's a very specific alternate ending. If you do actually kill Lavos there. But the only reason that I remember that one specifically was because the first time that I played through this game, I was using a trainer that pretty much made it impossible to die. So I ended up getting that ending by accident. But here comes this guy. Wow, what a twist. Whoever could have seen this coming? There were no hints about this whatsoever. I've been waiting for you, Lavos. How long ago did I destroy you, no matter what the price? It's time to fulfill that vow. I mean, he probably is gonna have... he has the same stats as with his boss fight in the Fiend Lord's Keep. Clearly that means that... he definitely has way more HP than we do, so he'll be able to survive at least a few more attacks. A false prophet. You'll be a snack for the great Lavos. Its power can only end in ruin, though. The almighty life force of Lavos lives in all of us. You are a part of it. You gotta change fate now. Oppose me and I will destroy you also. With my freaking Sith lightning that I used against the other person too. And as you can see, it's like that freaking... that South Park parody of Totoro where she's just able to immediately team up with the giant scary Cthulhu monster. Lavos is pretty much a Cthulhu analog actually, so... it actually... that comparison actually makes a lot more sense than I initially realized. I survived the darkness to defeat you, Lavos. I'm gonna keep saying your name. It doesn't work. Your mislead power can't touch Lavos even if you just try to use an actual melee attack. dimensional warp is getting bigger. We cannot stay, though it's not really clear exactly how space works in this scene. But I guess Lavos is becoming an event horizon. Oh shit. Are you alright? Escape. Humans can't hope to defeat it, so you are Ivan. Why did you do as Chalice and run away yelping in terror? Well, I didn't even realize at first that we actually were able to move around when this is going on, but... Recording that energy field, our molecular structure will be disrupted, but... I guess we have no choice but to... just wait for these people to just... get sucked into... the Eye of Lavos. Haven't given up yet. What do you hope to do? You challenge Lavos with that battered body of yours, well... See the power of Lavos and feel his wrath. Well... I mean, if whatever we just did somehow stopped that guy from... absorbing the other people into him... Oh man, one big twist following another. With the biggest twist being how the rest of the people present were not affected by that. That freaking Dr. Manhattan energy, not even Dr. Manhattan energy thing. Like, if you look at the original Watchmen comic, it wasn't even a Dr. Manhattan fake energy thing, it was a giant space squid tentacle creature that was manufactured energy thing. And ended up destroying a bunch of people that way. But no, we can't beat Lavos. We must escape now. But what can we do? It is the bottom of the ocean. The last of my pendant's power will send you to safety. You mean the same pendant that we were carrying around with us in future version. I know you can't forgive her, but please don't hate Mother or our kingdom. I get the feeling we're not really gonna have a whole lot of a chance to forget about her. Oops, who could have possibly predicted that taunting Cthulhu would have resulted in the end of the world, at least for a time. Sure hope he doesn't end up doing this in another 14,000 years. That would suck. You know, it hadn't even really made the connection before, but I guess if they can create those floating continents and just leave in this giant rocks in the clouds and build cities there and everything, it makes sense that they would also be able to create a floating mountain, which is where the guru that we actually rescued was imprisoned. Oh, it's one of those waterfalls from FF6, but it's rising up instead of falling down. That's not how that works. It's too dangerous, Ivan. Except I'm pretty sure that it's, yeah. It's a little too late to make comments like that to him right now. You're awake. You were delirious. And yeah, that guy. We found no one else. Ivan strong, Ivan not gone. How could that be? Is this the Earthbound village? Well, yeah. This island was the only refuge left after the Ocean Palace disaster. Metalbird, place at Floating Sky all gone. Mr. Melchior here. When the disaster struck, an eerie black portal materialized. Melchior tried to save Janus, but he was also dragged in. A black portal? No doubt a gate made by Lavos. Gee, I sure wonder if the same thing happened to Shala or anyone else that was present there. But I guess that pretty much marks the point in which the gurus were thrown across time. Oh yeah, Ulysses, I forgot that that's what it was called. Is that intact? Your ship is quite sturdy and safe. It's almost as if it followed you here. And this must be yours. What a pendant. It was at your side like a guardian. And apparently that pendant had the same kind of power that Shala used to take us out of there, but I guess we could have used our own version of the pendant. Or even mention it to her that we have one of those. Take all the time you need to rest, I will be in the comments. And yeah, there you go. The lead guy is dead. What a twist. Well, let's keep Satla as the party leader, but also bring someone else. I should probably bring... I don't know. We got the heals covered, so let's bring Sog. And Lava's vacant still, though. Came out of here, the last village, which also labels the rest of these huts. There's a forest right above there, but there's also North Cape, which I think if we go to North Cape... There's no one here, never mind. I get the feeling that we're gonna want to come back here a little bit later. But there is something kind of important that we're gonna be able to do there, choice. But let's go to the comments first. I'm gonna survive in this land without my magic. I don't need magic to survive, besides you're not alone. You're alive and there's always hope. Well, that was quick. We grew too dependent on a dangerous force. Also, actually, hold on. Before we go to the comments, let's check out the rest of these huts instead. Buy. Well... I should probably buy a few more heals, actually. Let's buy 10 more heals. Won't really set us back at all. Get anything else? We have 2 full tonics, but I probably don't even need them anyway. We need ethers more. If anything. Come again, there's also some kind of a tab back there by the looks of things, but I guess we can't get to it. Check back with him because he wears Varai from time to time. Few enlightened ones did survive, but no distinction remains between the enlightened and the earthbound anymore. One stone left in a sunlit spot for millennia becomes a sunstone. The Sunkeep of Seal had such a stone. Very old stones are required 2 harvest useful amounts of power. Well, let's actually check out what's over here now. Everything and everyone sank to the bottom. Sea of clouds has parted and the blizzard has finally abated. Could the long winter finally be over? Well, I mean, it's been winter forever. And the surface in this time period must have cried himself to sleep, let him be. And the elder. All we're set up? Well, sure. Bow and pay homage to our new liege King Dalton. All of a sudden, just... everything gets immediately interrupted. By the freaking... pole spinners, I don't know. What's wrong? You're looking to be alive. Old Crone and the pesky gurus are gone. I now rename Seoul the Kingdom of Dalton. You're alive. That vehicle outside must be yours, just like the one Balthasar was building. I've decided you don't deserve such a splendid toy. Henceforth it shall be my personal chariots. It's Sadler friend. Well, you'll have to come with me. You might start a rebellion or something. And now as a token of my esteem for you... take this. What? I can't believe that you actually had a counter that you can't use during normal attacks. How's this, though? Why did you turn around? Why didn't you do a triple counter there? Surely that could have been possible. Fuga. Or Fuga. I guess that wasn't supposed to be a name or anything, it's just like an actual Exclamation. Unfamiliar scenery. The equipment had Evanesced. Oh boy. Items are missing too. What to buy stuff with money now gone too? Must think of a way to escape. We got the most expressive characters all in one room together, so... Get all weapons back, destroy bad man. Well, there's a thing over here, but... This must be... that big old ship that we were barely able to see before. The Blackbird. Well, we can wait, but apparently not without getting stuck in this running animation. It seems like an air duct. What, here? Oh yeah, there we go. Let's watch our captors from here. Or not, hold on. Well, predictably enough serves him right with our weapons are powerless. What shall we do, Saddler? Act sick or think of a plan? Let's think of a plan. We might as well go ahead and save again. The new king. We now have no money, we have no equipment, even though I don't think she needs equipment, that's the thing. Even with nothing as a weapon, she still is... He still hits just as hard as before, because the fist is her normal weapon. What if we act sick? Oh, I get it, get the guard in here. Belly button pain, oh no. Never mind the fact that I'm a friggin' frog, you fool. Frogs haven't belly buttons, don't they though? Well, I mean, does this guy have anything on him, or I guess not. Well, that was easy. And if I recall, we probably shouldn't get any closer than we need to those guys, those like bit type enemies, which I'm pretty sure that actually has the same sprite as the bit enemy from that boss in the future, that's from when you first go to the future. Is there anything that we can get without having to directly engage somebody here? Oh, maybe not. Well, we can take care of these guys with hair alone, like I said, I'm pretty sure. And nobody else even pushes at the end. I guess because they don't have weapons. Oh, there we go. There's equipment back. I think that I guess we can probably access these things a little bit more easily if we approach by way of the air ducts instead, but let me check out the air ducts regardless, because I get the feeling that... yeah, well, we can get these unique kind of viewpoint scenes by looking through. And there might also be something else hidden up here, even though I don't remember if that's the case or not. And he just automatically has all the equipment that he was wearing before, so it doesn't really matter whether or not. Can we change characters here too? Can change characters here too. And I get the feeling that if we do that, the characters that we switch in actually will have their equipment all in one piece, oddly enough. So I guess you pretty much are supposed to cheese this whole thing. Don't actually act stealthily until you get at least one person's equipment back, just like figure out who can actually attack and just use that person. I could try to steal from these guys as well, I get the feeling. And I do that. Hey, you? Question mark? That was not a question. I get a feeling that that might not really yield anything. Like all these friggin' enemy types that have that same kind of sprite. Where they have the pole that they just hit you with. Apparently none of those enemies that have that basic design are gonna be able to drop anything if you steal from them. That's disappointing. But I guess with that in mind, we should probably go ahead and just check all these rooms directly. there anything back here, or is this just another, I guess another blank room? What is down here? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Another one, apparently one of these things that you can't find. Actually, it does give you the equipment for your party leader, and I can wake this guy up instead of just letting him sleep. Okay, this time we actually very much are the ones who are starting shit here, picking a fight. Can you even leave this room without going through the ducts? I guess not. I guess this guy probably just came here specifically because he knew about that. You gotta go through the freaking air vents just to be able to get to that room, so what better place to just come and slack off and have a nap without anyone knowing. I can dig that, that mentality. Let's go back down, we still need to find, okay, this is the room that we started out in. Still need to find the stuff for Mr. Robot Hillar, so... oh shit. We're gonna fight all of these guys at once. Well, this should provide an interesting exercise. Regardless of how this goes. Just gotta get tapped on the head a few times while I wait for my turn to go again. Well, that was surely worthwhile. Is there anything here that we really want to check out? Like, I would expect that if you accidentally go into the room where there's literally nothing to do but just fight a bunch of guys at once. Which I guess you can probably, you know, predict if you look down from the ducts and you see all those guys in the room. Before actually going in there yourself. Which I evidently did not. Oh shit. Bite. Oh. Can I charm anything over the bite? I get the feeling that's a no, but might as well try it anyway. Nope. Must be as strong as 8 bits. 8 whole bits. I get a feeling that this might have the final piece of equipment that we're missing. Or set of equipment. No, never mind, that's her money. Well, I forgot about that being a factor, but yeah. Probably don't want to part with 53k unless we need to. That's the prison room. I think. That's those guys. What if I try to navigate the ducts a little bit better and actually try to make my way to that room on the left, or on the right, I mean. Without having to fight through those guys. What if we take another look around just like to find out what's going on here? That's where we just came from. If we go even further south than this. It seems he's modifying your lease. If he can't just tinker with another's possession. Pay close attention to what you're doing. This will be my royal earth throne. Work. The world now belongs to me. Even though he didn't even get the thing that he thought he was gonna get from the whole Ocean Palace fiasco. Alright, let's see. This is the room that all those dudes were in, I think. Turns out if we go one level higher and go off to the right here... Oh. We go one level higher from this and check out what's going on. Maybe. There doesn't really seem to be anything in that room either. What about this other room that's apparently to the left of them? A couple of guys and a bite, but I don't see a chest. Now we're in the upper area. Which I guess I probably already cleaned out if I can't see anything more that's... that's visible there, that I haven't already seen, and it isn't just in a hallway. What about this? Have I gone to this room yet? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's anything down here anyway. I think I have gone to this room, actually. And I was equally nonplussed to find out that there wasn't anything in here. Oh. Can we go all the way over here? Is there anything back here? Nope, just a dead end. Blech. Can't believe that Hilara can't give us some kind of lantern to light the way back here with or anything. We already know that there's nothing in that room. If we go down from here, or at least try to, well, try to fucking... Hopefully without this fucker in the way. Nope, he's gonna be in the way, but I guess we can just avoid him. There's this room, which doesn't really seem to have anything inside. There are these two guys. Well, I'm pretty sure we can just dispatch immediately, because we have 2 active party members. Oh, there we go. Finally found out where the final chest that we need to find is, methinks. And we might even have a chance to figure out how this thing attacks, if it does attack. And apparently it does, but... I guess predictably enough, not in a terribly impressive way. Even if it does require 2 attacks to be destroyed. Apparently we got 5 chests to find in total, though, if that wasn't the other equipment that we needed to find either. Jeez. There's still some missing items. Yeah, please return. I don't want to leave without the freaking equipment that this guy had. Oh, hello. How are you doing? I think I'm a little bit tired of looking at the ducts. Let's just go ahead and try and fight our way through the ground level. I'm pretty sure it'll work out. Even if we have to sweep every single room. Like, we haven't been in this room before, have we? And what did you know, this is where it is. Even though I'm pretty sure that I was able to see some of these rooms from above, but even so. I mean, when I did see it from above, it still didn't show me clearly which of these rooms that actually had chests inside. And that is just weird. And finally we got that guy's equipment back, so now we have everything back, I think. So let's get the fuck out of here. Probably get... at least come close to getting blown off the ship here, but I guess we're protected against actually falling. And these turrets. I should probably pick a fight with at least a couple of these turrets just to see what happens. Or never mind. And by just to see what happens, what I was pretty much implying is that I would want to find out whether or not we can steal anything off of them, but I guess that's gonna be a no. Maybe it's gonna be one of those weird cases like with what's it called? Like with the rubble on the mountain. Where it's apparently really hard to even land a hit on them, but if you do manage to kill them, you get a whole bunch of tech points out of it or something, but I mean maybe, but... Well, speaking of tech points, let's quickly heal everyone. But evidently we don't really need to farm for tech points right now, since I already did that. And we already have all of the stuff that we get out of the tech points. Oh jeez. We can make our way across all the way through the wings here, but what do we want to actually do? Want to fall off here? I don't think it's possible. Can we perhaps fuck with the engines a little bit? I mean, surely we're not supposed to actually destroy all the turrets. Unless we maybe are. Are we supposed to destroy all the turrets? I don't remember. If I go all the way to the end of this place, I don't really find anything. Oh wait, never mind. Something cometh. It's a massive magic energy reaction. Namely this guy. I didn't realize that this is where this guy would show up, but I do know exactly what to do here, fortunately. Let's steal from him and also check out our ultimate single tech that we have from this guy. Low HP greater damage. Oh well, no, we can't steal from him. One or two leap slash. I guess leap slash might be the strongest single tech thing that we have. We can actually take advantage of right now. Chew on this, he says, but he doesn't actually follow it up with anything. I still don't know why we can't use some of these things, but we'll just go with Woozy Punch. Yeah, Woozy Punch seems like a good idea. And since apparently we can't steal from this guy, let's do triple kick. So he's doing a countdown, I think. And I'm probably gonna spoil the fun if I manage to kill him before that countdown gets to the end, but 3. I don't know if it will. 2. So we can't do that attack anymore. 1. Oh wait, Chog has plenty of magic though, he should also do the... the actual attack that he can do. All the countdown should have gotten to the end by now, but... You'll notice he's not really doing anything. 5. Jeez. He starts counting down again, and I'm pretty sure that if you let him do it, he will eventually just, well, do a meme and then just, it will be over, but I wonder if I can actually kill him before that happens, and again, there we go. Before escape. 2500 experience points, 2000 G. And we did it. It's complete, I've done it. I guess this guy, if he's just gloating about having modified the ebook, though, he's not actually aware of the fact that we just killed that golem guy. See these beautiful wings? Now this is a king's throne. I now name it the Arrow Dalton Imperial, and they're gonna be my first victims. No, what? Stop the music. Oh boy, there you go. Fourth wall break time. There we go. Ready for takeoff. Well, to be fair, I'm pretty sure that, alright, at least from what I remember, I think that there may be a few more of those fourth wall breaks in the alternate endings, but lift off Houston. We're just gonna make that reference. Houston or Houston? I'm pretty sure that whenever you go to Texas, if you go to Texas, there's gonna be that debate. But it's flying. It's not Ulysses, it's the Arrow Dalton Imperial. Your excess baggage, even though you're not even on it. Make like the wind and blow out here. And that's yet another reference. So not only did he add wings to it, but also these freaking laser cannons. Hey look, here we are. You. We know you probably already blew the entirety of your MP on that previous fight. We're gonna go through the motions here anyway. Well, I guess I should probably go ahead and do some cure on the party just in case something stupid happens, but I hope that it won't. That would actually be a really mean thing to do at this point, but I mean, I don't remember the progression here very clearly. Go, Golden Boss, except for the fact that, you know, he's already dead. I'm pretty sure that even if we hadn't actually killed him, I think he would have just killed himself. Oh, there you go, Dalton minus. Atlas level up, Songs level up, and, you know, Ona beefed up Ulysses / Epoch, I guess. That grounding thief. More importantly, did he change the controls? These instruments are unfamiliar. I think it is the Y button. So what do I... Well, I mean, I did just push the Y button. And apparently I can... I use this twin laser cannon to just immediately destroy this massive ship that we were on a while ago. And by a while ago, I mean just a few minutes ago. So that was a pretty short-lived episode. So was the X button just for a self-destruct button for the Blackbird? That seems unnecessary. Justice. Dalton got what he deserved. Oh, that ship can fly. Even though... Oh, and I think that... I don't remember if we heard the actual Epoch theme before. I should have linked my CPU. We are actually in his debt. Ulysses become bird. So yeah, we got our airship now. Quite late into the game, but... what a pretty good time if you consider all the stuff that opens up at this point, pretty much. Okay, well, I don't remember if we can get like a free heal around here. Probably can here. Will you stay? Sure. Right here in this mound of straw that's in the corner. And that brings us to save 100. Fittingly enough. A few enlightened ones did survive, but no distinction remain. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that we already had that piece of dialogue. So we now have a new and improved Epoch. He's got more goods. How does he now? What kind of goods would those be? Star Sword, which we already have. Sonic Arrow, Shockwave, Kaiser Arm. Kaiser Arm. Didn't we? Isn't this stuff that we... Oh, also a Scythe, which is kind of conspicuous in that we don't really have anyone that can use that at this point, and we haven't had someone like that in the past. So what could it mean? We can also buy more Eon suits. What do you guess are? Yeah, come again. Probably will come again. I didn't catch how expensive the Eon suits were, but we have one Eon suit, which we can also just put the load vest again, which is automatically stronger than what we had before, because I actually forgot to switch that armor for her back. I pretty much gave her specifically the white mail, or the white vest. I guess you also notice that the armor that fucking Mybon was wearing when he died is now gone. So it's a bit of a more interesting situation that you might expect. Let's go to the comments again. Perhaps the people here will have something... Oh, whoops, something more to say. This mysterious sapling, maybe someday it will help change your environment. Yara sees the day. Seeing you has already made my day. No suspicious looking person up north on the cape. And here's the friggin' purple cat again. We can just block its way. Hooray. One stone left in a sunlit spot. We already heard about that. But I thought that that person that told us that was in one of the huts before. Stranger trying to locate someone passed by after you left. No one had ever seen the person who came looking for you. Could he be a friend of yours? We're slowly recovering. We gotta start from scratch. Chrono Trigger? Default. Okay, I think it's actually it's finally gonna be the time when we make the big old choice, I guess, or one of the last choices that we do in the end here. Oh look, it's a shiny blue spot on the ground which leads to this guy appearing, so it's you. I guess, and yeah, fittingly enough, I'm pretty sure that things do play out a little bit differently when frogs in the party when this happens. Behold, everything's at the bottom of the sea. Gone is a magical kingdom of seal and all the dreams and ambitions of its people. I once lived there, but I was another person then. So now we get the actual viewpoint thing of when the dimensional warp happened and people actually got thrown through time. Its power is beyond human control. We'll be dragged into the warp. But I don't know if it's just supposed to be the lighting, but his cat does look different from that angle. And all the gurus were there, I guess, in the few minutes before we actually came in. A time gate, including that sprite for Gaspar, which I'm pretty sure is the only time that we see that and for Balthasar. Because he looks different in the future. And him too. He shows up in the freaking village of mystics, he shows up in the future, and he shows up in the middle of nowhere. This is... hey, nothing here. This must be the end of time. But he showed up next to one of the Namecs in the Middle Ages. And there you go. So, thou art that filthy urchin. Ever since Lavos' time portal stranded me in the Middle Ages, I have waited to even the score. You interrupted me just when I had summoned Lavos to my castle. How ironic that having been drawn into yet another portal I would end up in this age. Even from the future, my knowledge of the past enabled me to convince the Queen that I was a mighty oracle. But no history book could have prepared me for what happened here. Unimaginable is the power of Lavos. Anyone who dares to oppose it meets certain doom. At this rate, you two will meet a hideous fate, just like that poor fool Ivan. I made it happen right in front of him. Play with fire and you get burned. But I'm pretty sure that Magus' theme, which is playing right here, for some reason got a copyright robot ID, so... You wish to fight me? Nah. Vanquishing thee will neither return Ivan nor Cyrus. But I'll tell you what though, I guess we made Frog the party leader temporarily after that little sequence, and I think that if you do challenge him, you can actually have another boss fight with him there. And I think if Frog is in the active party when that happens, he insists on fighting him alone. Something like that. I'll come with you. Treachery. You know, there just might be a way to bring him back, which surely would not have come up if I had been dead. Gaspar, the Guru of Time, knows how to restore lost or misplaced time streams. It's too bad that he doesn't actually show up in within the confines of time anymore, but we can also rename him, even the fact that he actually has a preset name that is used a lot in the plot. This is like the weirdest rename the entire game, but I think I'm gonna go for it anyway. Let's see. What possible name that I could fit in 5 characters? I think I know. Let me try this. I probably can't actually fit this in a way that's gonna make sense, but... yeah, if it's only 5 characters, then it's gonna have to... What if I do an Aztec? Not quite the same as Asadarac, but... surely it'll fit. And there we go. We now have a brand spanking new party member to replace the one that we lost. Might as well give this a try. So how are his techs looking? Because I'm pretty sure that, ironically enough, we're now past the point where we would be able to easily farm tech points. All of that happens before he joins the party, but... oh well. How many enemies with Dark Bomb? What are his other techs actually? Might as well take a look. Lightning 2, Ice 2, and Fire 2, and that's it. And we don't have any double techs yet, but probably will end up developing some double techs. Once we actually have some battles with this guy. But yeah. Well, I mean, he pretty much told us what to do next, Gaspar, the Guru of Time. We'll know what to do to bring the hero back to life. And if we come here, the freaking purple cat comes directly to him and starts meowing in quick rapid fire. How conspicuous. Stranger, you say? No one had ever seen that person who could clearly not be the same person that's standing right in front of me right now. Oh, there we go. Just get in the e-book, which gives us this. And Ulysses' space-time compass has gone haywire, what? That's... I think we can either go to, you know, where we're supposed to go to get Ivan back. Initiate that kind of a subplot, or we can go directly to the final kind of destination here. I'm sure will become visible in just a moment. And there it is. Oh, it's almost like a weird, like the top of a weird humanoid mech from that angle, but no, there it is. Go figure how this is even possible. If they actually built a friggin' ocean palace. It's enormous. Picking up a tremendous amount of spiritual power. He hates sadly not like boats. The undersea palace, that's impossible. And yeah, go figure whether they actually built the undersea palace, the ocean palace, in a way that it would even be possible for it to float afterwards, or if it's just like supposed to be chalked up to, yeah, the spooky lava's magic can't do anything nonsense that they keep on bringing up. And there it is. Go there to the Black Omen, which is the final dungeon of the game. Wonder where we like, or we could go here to cave. What is this cave actually? Is this the same gate that was sealed before that we couldn't go through? I think it might be, yeah. Earthbound Island 12,000 BC and Tyrant Fortress 65 million BC. So yeah, that is the gate that was sealed before, so I'm pretty sure that's a final set of gates there. And, oh yeah, obviously Magus slash Aztec, however he named him, as the shadow element, as his primary element, even though he can use multiple attacks. Oh, hey, and this guy has changed appearance again. Hey, that punk rocker has been coming around lately. I wonder what happened to him. Alright, sweetheart. Unfortunately, you were born before magic existed, but you seem to have other skills that will get you by. Phew. You hold in a Marlin here, kid. He can use shadow, and he could probably teach me a thing or two. I'm the master of war. We can probably deal with this guy too, but I'm just like too lazy to do that whenever I come by here. But hey, where's that healthy kid with the radical haircut? Well, maybe he is having some radical dreams right about now. That's terrible news. Nothing to give you about this song. It's called Memories of Ivan, really. Even though that's not even his theme, that's Marl's theme, Avex's theme. I wish I could lend a hand. Only the Guru of Time can help us now. Hey, where have you been? So that's your story. Just look at you now, you become quite formidable. Guru of Time, eh? Heard of him, of course, but what do you want of him? Couldn't possibly relate to a scene that was related by you directly to the audience before. You bring Ivan back to life, he's strong. Well, to bring back lost loved ones, it's what everyone wants. Ivan must be proud to have friends like you. Is that all you have to say, though? Okay. Well, now he says hey. Here, take this with you. Egg. Sadly, hungry won't eat, but let's call that the Chrono Trigger. It is pure potential. By unleashing a specific course of events, it can have a powerful effect on time. Ask the one who made the Elysian Rings of Time how to hatch it. Like any egg, it represents a possibility. It may or may not hatch, but the Chrono Trigger gives you the potential to get your friend back. Your friend, who in no way relates to the name of this thing. The egg will have an effect equal to the effort you put into your search, no more, no less. As long as you keep Ivan in your heart, the day you are dreaming of shall arrive. It's you, isn't it? This can only mean you are the Guru of Time, Mr. Gaspar, I presume. Well, I believe that's what they used to call me ages ago. So we got it. Got what? C trigger. So now we just need to find a Super Nintendo to put it into, and we can bring the guy back to life, surely. And he just says the same thing. We're supposed to ask Balthasar, I guess, next how to hatch it. And to do that, we could afford to go to the future. Banner Dome is one of the domes, but not the one that we want to bother with, I think. Proto Dome, yeah, I think Proto Dome would be the one that it would be more convenient to access the place in the middle from. Let's see here. It is probably a good time to actually walk through the lab that's between this eastern part of the world and the middle one. And as you can see, the Black Omen is also gonna be in the sky pretty much every era now. So We could race, but I'm pretty sure we can't actually race right now, no. Where's Spikehead? I'll be right with him, because we literally can't race. Unless that guy's in a party, so oh well. It's not really gonna happen right now. Let's take on a group of mutants instead. Wait, really? I can't even tell how much damage that did because he literally just covered up the damage number, but also a little bit surprised that apparently Hashtag wasn't able to kill that guy in one shot with his default weapon. Even at this point. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, well, time for some spooky magic, methinks. Now is his time to shine. Let's use fire too, sure. That one race log. Okay, I gotta use that before, I think. Let's see. Let's check the rest of his equipment too. We got Doom Helm, which is apparently not as good as the Rainbow Helm or the Mermaid Cap. Doom Helm, though, doesn't have any special effects, so there's literally no reason to put that on. Might as well put on a Rainbow Helm. We have an armor, which is apparently better than these elemental mails. At least as far as base defense. Doesn't have the special absorption effects that they have though. And an amulet, which protects status. So it's like a ribbon from Final Fantasy, sure. We can stick with that, I guess. I mean, I say we can stick with that, even though I don't think status is something that we really need to worry about too much in this game compared to Final Fantasy games. I guess you never know. But yeah, sure, let's just clear this whole place out, maybe, even though we don't even need to fight those guys. No, never mind. Looks like you have a neat gadget there. Ask RXXR how to use it. I am RXXR the Lockkeeper. I will record your 3 fastest times. There are 2 ways to raise Johnny. Which do you prefer? With turbo boost, without boost? I mean with turbo boost, sure, why not? So now what? 0, 0, 0, because I guess we haven't actually had any races since we got that thing, and I guess we need to do that after we acquire it, or else anything that came before will not be recorded for some reason. Actually, hold on, we need to go this way, don't we? Or maybe not, never mind. Not that this was going to be the way that was open to get to the other exit that this place has, but maybe not. Maybe it's actually this way. Actually, it's this way. Okay. You know, I thought that that bridge that wasn't open just a moment ago actually was going to be open, but just owing to the fact that we've gone through that area before, but I suppose not. Nothing there, and we can actually change the name of this thing here, but I think I'm just gonna stick with all the names that I've already chosen for everyone and that thing. Pendant shimmers. So I guess there is one more task with, or for the new that was left back here with the guy's memory. And a magic tab that I guess I forgot to pick up before. On Death Peak you will find the power to restore life, but to activate this power the deceased must be important to the space-time continuum. And you must have a clone identical to that person. Only then can a Chrono Trigger work its magic. Without the clone, there's no point in going to Death Peak. Now scram. Well, I guess it's somewhat fitting that you should say something like that, because we actually do have a clone of that guy, as it happens, that we got all the way at the very start of the game. And we pretty much... which you pretty much are forced to get if you want to save him. But I guess right now we're gonna have to head back. You know, it occurs to me that instead of going through all these areas again, this smart thing, the quick thing to do here would have been to actually use the ship to come all the way down here. But I didn't do that, and now I'm just gonna have to deal with things this way, which, you know, whatever. Won't really be a hurdle or anything, but... it's gonna be a mild inconvenience. Can't believe that I have to fight these three guys. Almost had this one guy, but I guess. And there were three guys before. A whole second time. I didn't even really check to see if this guy, whose name for some reason I hesitate to actually say, is because of the sheer inconsistency of it, of the fact that you can rename him. But I don't know if his level even matches ours. Nope, it doesn't really. He's like quite a bit behind. Oh well. Gotta be something we can do to try to break apart that inconsistency, that gap, but I will get to it in due time. Right now I think we just need to focus on rescuing this kid from death. From the clutches of just no longer being alive. Which is a luxury that I'm sure most people try to pursue. Well, let's go back here again. We need to go through a gate to go to the end of time, but actually we don't need to go through a gate to get to the end of time, do we? We just need to... we can just go there directly with the e-box navigation menu. We don't actually need to go through that gate. Oh, well, whatever. But yeah, there's the cave, which I'm pretty sure is just supposed to be the same cave that we came out of when we first came to this era, but I guess literally everything about the geography of this place changed when it all got destroyed. But something that we should do while we're here actually is... hold on. There we go. Use this to land, not B. Maybe spend some money here. We have nearly 60k, which means that we should at least be able to afford this thing, which I guess is better than what he has right now. Even though that's half of our money gone. Oh well. And maybe we can get a few more Eon suits, but that might be... I don't know, that might end up getting rendered obsolete by some of the other stuff that we can get soon, but oh well, whatever. And yeah, Corridors of Seals, Corridors of Time. It's actually a pretty nice song. Even though it definitely... well, I don't know. But, I mean, it's obviously most strongly associated with this part of the game, but you can hear it in a few occasions in the game before you get to this point. But let's see, now that I have this... could go there, we could go there, we could go anywhere really. We could go to the Apocalypse directly, but we're not gonna do that right now. Instead, let's go to the future again. Or not, actually we need to go to the present first. What's your opinion on seals, the animal? I don't know. I mean, they're... Oh, we weren't able to come here before, well, whatever. Let's focus on one thing at a time. Obviously we're going to be able to reach a lot more places now that we have this, but... I guess I like the notion of seals as water dogs. That's probably the strongest opinion that I have about them. And it's not a particularly strong opinion. But we can come back here. We can bring all these people to... which one is Ivan's house? There we go. Cult, I mean social club, well... I wonder what the implications of this will be for me in the future. Will I be able to participate in the Seal Parliament? Oh, hello, is Ivan okay? Yeah, he's just fine. He's quite well. I hope he's behaving. Oh. Is Ivan's doll, Ayla Boro, okay? Wait, did you just say Ayla even though her name is not Ayla? It's Sadler. That was weird, hold on. Can we repeat that dialogue, or I guess not? And we can also spoil the Depths of the Night thing by playing the other music. Stay out of trouble now. Well, that's exactly what we've been doing the entire game. Shouldn't have to worry about that. Haven't been in trouble at all. Aren't they silly? What, the cats? The little dolls that we can get that play the music? Can I not park this thing here? Okay. Here we are, Vivian's house. I mean, we can put her in the party for a little bit, but... I don't think that he has anything more to give her at this point. I'd like to see more of her. I've been making items she'd like, and I'm pretty sure that by this point, yeah, she's already collected all of them, so... There's not really that much of the, that much to do by coming back here at this point. What's your opinion on the non-canon fake sequel cross? Well, you see, here's the thing. I don't think I actually have an opinion on that one at this point, and that's pretty much part of the reason why I decided to replay this one and actually stream it this time. This will lead to me being able to play the weird kind of VN integral thing, which is Radical Dreamers, and then after that I can finally play Cross and see what it's actually like. Which will actually probably be like an unbroken sequence. Unlike some of the other things that I've been doing recently. Well, I guess we have the clone now. Pretty much have what we came here to do. Could go to the future again and follow up on that immediately, and I think I probably pretty much want to do that, but we could also go to the Middle Ages. But we actually have the wizard formerly known as Magus in the party. We could maybe go to the castle and troll people for a while by just being there with him as a party leader. I've been expecting you, but apparently they don't care. Defeated Aztec, right? Oh, now everyone's gonna be calling him by the other name. You're alive. Although we did sustain major casualties, we wouldn't have made it without you. We must all work together to rebuild the kingdom of Guard. Wait, what? You're just gonna be like... Where's Sog? Oh, we can bring him out. I guess now they're all like... We're friends now all of a sudden? So you've teamed up with Ivan and the others, yeah. That guy. There you go. And that guy even addresses him directly, even though he's clearly not present. Since you didn't come out of Aztek's castle, I simply thought, It's not such precious words on me. Well, maybe the "you're alive" is not supposed to be meant for him, for Aztec, but for the other party members. But I guess they're just gonna be completely blind to the fact that he's here. Oh well, let's actually go and do things. In another timeline, Chrono Trigger Crimson Echoes came out. Well, maybe in another timeline, Chrono Trigger, or not Chrono Trigger, but Chrono Resurrection came out. That was a thing that was being made at some point, wasn't it? And we can actually come directly back here if I just actually fly instead of going through the... the freaking gates and going on foot. Yeah, we brought the thing. In Death Peak you will find the power to restore life, but to activate the power, the deceased must be important to this space-time continuum and you must have a clone identical enough. Time has come for you to attempt Death Peak. It's the only chance you have of reviving your friend. The last program I've implanted in this creature's memory banks will help you up the mountain. Stand back. Executing program. I'm to use my Frankenstein Sith Lightning to create more of these dolls, but they're gonna be blue this time. They're my own original merchandise, the Bloyoso dolls. Three entities you saw will help you climb Death Peak. This ends my message. Now I must ask you for a favor. This creature has executed its program. Please let him sleep. The switch is on his stomach. Well, I'm pretty sure we can just leave this place without doing that, but might as well do it. Yeah, switch the creature off. Creature sleeps beyond the flow of time. And because it happened to stand right there. I guess that just means that we can never go back into the room that the epoch was first found in. But now we can actually climb Death Peak, I think, even though Death Peak isn't even a thing in any time period. Other than the future, even though I thought that it was a thing that was actually... Technically, hold on. I'm gonna try something before I go any further, and that's to check whether or not we need to be healed, and we don't really, but I might as well go for a quick refresher back at the end of time. Give me Chrono Breaker I Riot. Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time. So long, in fact, I've forgotten what the context for it was. Well, it's definitely a name that I have heard in the past. Perhaps circa, I don't know, 2008 or something. Right around when I would have played this for the first time. Okay, now for real. Now for realsies, we can walk on the wind dice and hide behind trees when it blows. You mean like now? Are you a tree? Are you stopping me from... Oh, no, I guess the guy kind of was a tree. Oh shoot. I tried to hide behind a tree again, but... looked like I was kind of walking around it, like maybe it was a rubber tree. Oh shit. I guess I am supposed to keep on walking up against a tree even when the wind's blowing, even when I'm right next to it. Shit, yeah, here's the problem. Problem is that if I run up against a tree, I'm gonna go around it, so... need to slow down when I'm actually in front of the tree. wind is at least not really that much of a factor now. But I don't know if I want Frog in the party for the next part, so let's just bring this guy back. And let's actually do it like this. Let's actually have Sadla as the party leader. The party leader, Jesus. So that I can be sure of which of these displays is for her. Try to steal from the cracker. I guess it's not gonna work. I'm pretty sure this is one of those times when you should be trying to steal from every enemy that you can. Oh shit, that was quite a bit of damage. I don't know if that was percentage based or if it was actually based on something else, because that's pretty brutal if it was not based on percentages. Let's immediately fresh ourselves after that. I guess we can't actually go up here or go up to that platform from here. And we can't fall down 2 places without going through one of those stair things. Little, I don't know, footholds on the walls. I guess these things don't really take that long to die, but if they do actually manage to get something out, it's bad news. Okay. If I go this way? Yeah, I do go this way. Do I want to avoid confrontation too much? Oh boy. There's that thing. Cracker and Macabre. So I might as well just try to get rid of the crackers as quickly as... Oh, never mind, hold on. And also I guess try not to have multiple attack Q thingies out at the same time. Oh Jesus, yeah, these enemies hit really freaking hard, it seems. Because I want to at least attempt to steal from this guy before he dies again. Full ether. Well, it's not nothing, I'll say that. And yeah, I get the feeling that I know why we're getting ether drops from this part, because, Jesus Christ, we're gonna need them. Well, what if we go this way? We get a fake save point or an actual save point? We get an actual save point. Damn it, we'll use that. A wall ring. See a tab over there, but I see no way to get to it straight away. And I do see something which I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be quite interested in trying to mess with here. Hold on, let's charm the shell, I think. I think that the way this works is that you want to only attack the head, but you can also charm something off of the shell, or maybe not. Attacks with lava spawn needle, oh Jesus Christ. Is that the same attack that it did just a moment ago? Oh Christ, it's already gotten to the point where it's gonna kill us in just a moment. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this yet. I think we should be doing this yet though. Hold on, let's use heal beam to try and not die. maybe charm the head instead. About elixir. Okay, never mind. I feel that I might be incorrect. We might not actually want to charm anything of the... Hold on. I actually feel like I need to cross-reference this real quick, in case that I'm somehow screwing up. Which I don't believe that I am. No. Okay. I'm not in fact looking to do anything but attack the head here. I guess I might as well keep doing this. And there we go. Let's grab this first. Got one Giga Arm, or Giga Arm. But I get the feeling this is gonna be another weapon for this guy that is gonna make, it's gonna be somewhat significant. Let's see. Just use Kirby with this guy a couple of times, you can use it. And also on her. But I think I'm a little bit confused. Because I thought that you were supposed to charm something over the shell of that guy, even though he... You know, he counters, but I might have just been thinking of the ones that show up in the Black Omen, which I'm pretty sure they do. There's like more lava spawn enemies in the Black Omen. And I think those... You can actually charm something useful out of their shells, unless I'm completely mistaken about that too, but I don't think I am. I'd like to believe that I am not, anyway. But I suppose time will tell. And also suppose that we pretty much got lucky with the attack there. Instead of using their actual scythe attack, which actually would have been damaging to us. Spooky spooks they're just used. What is this? Is this for a frog? Yes, it is. Here's the freaking HP down move, which apparently didn't even... like, barely did damage compared to the other attack that they can do. Well, spamming the button really hard. I keep doing that. One of the freaking things that I had to do earlier today, which was to change the Bluetooth receiver for the controller that I'm using right now. I think that it had to be done in order for the freaking RetroArch controller detecting stuff to quit whining, but... I mean, I was using the other receiver earlier because it's got better range, so it's a little bit annoying to have to deal with that sometimes. But hey, we've done it. Here to this side, and I guess that was not a tap, but rather just a way to go there. To the middle. And to reset the friggin' encounter that we literally just went through it here. I mean, on the previous timeline we managed to... Well, not on the previous timeline even, just on the previous foray into this cave. We did, as a matter of fact, manage to go through this fight without taking major damage, but I guess we didn't quite manage to do that this time. I mean, it's not really super grievous damage or anything, but it's a little annoying. Do we have to go through this fight again? No. But we have to go through this fight again. You know, at least somebody's getting some levels out of this. Let's quickly heal up though before we go any further. Heal that person, and I think that she's really the only one who needed some specific heals. Save again. We can go into this place directly, but do we want to? One star scythe. I guess we do at least grab this. Gingerly walk around that guy. There's another freaking lava spawn. What's this? Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure freaking Mago slash Ashlag doesn't actually have any text. Or at least from his default text that he starts out with. Doesn't really have anything that can be used to target only one target. Oh jeez, it takes a whole lot of damage from that attack, like a lot more than everybody else that's involved in this right now. I guess he just learned something new at least. Let's see. Dark Bomb, damage enemies with Dark Bomb doesn't really say if it's touches. Doesn't say if it's a single target thing or if it's a multi-target thing, but based on the fact that it's got the same kind of description as the other ones, I'm guessing that it's a multi-target thing, so it's not really gonna help with this. Maybe I should retire that guy for the boss fights here. Careful, it's slippery. Fall and you'll have to start over. Oh boy, well, I guess start over means that, oh, we start from here. Kinda wanna go back to the very entrance of this place and check to see if we could use a shelter. To get back our magic and everything. So we'll do that. We have 35 of them or something. Can we walk? No, I'm pretty sure that... No? Well, I don't know if we can, like, walk around that thing. Not in the way that I just did, but rather in the kind of bottom left side, but I get the feeling that it probably wouldn't be a good idea to risk it. Okay, slippery. But I think we made it across. There we go. This looks like fun. It's a freaking never-ending rain of disgusting eggs. Vedic blade? Oh my god. It's not for him, is it? No, it's not a scythe. It's not for him. I can't imagine that if it's called a blade it would be for anyone else, but... maybe it's supposed to be something that we hold on to until we get back the guy who can actually use it. Wouldn't that be something? Oh hey, we can actually go back to the left side of this place now. Push the shell, climb the shell. I'm pretty sure that I know what that's alluding to, but doesn't mean that I have to like it. Wink. And finally we can get the chest that's over here. Dark Helm. We already had a Dark Helm, didn't we? I guess when this guy joined the party he had a Dark Helm, which capped shadow hits by 50%. So I guess it's like another specific kind of a elemental resistance thing that we can use. But yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure we get the wonderful, delightful experience of having to fight another one of these things. Hey, Akatar. You're doing this part of the game, it certainly does feel different than a lot of what you've done, like even immediately before this, if you've just been doing the plots. But it also feels kind of like you shouldn't neglect this in favor of all the endgame side quest stuff until you're done with it, because you're not gonna have the main guy in your party. Oh, there we go. But yeah, as you might notice this time, the shell does not disappear. I wonder what it could mean. I wonder if it could be directly related to what the guide guy that we just saw a while ago said. Which was just a really, really straightforward way to phrase things, really. Push the shell, climb the shell. There you go. I got a memory cap. What is up with the memory cap? Let's see. Well, it doesn't seem to be an actual cap, at least not one that any of these characters can wear. Did I misread that? No, prevents lock. So it is an actual cap, it's an actual helmet, but it didn't look like anybody could actually put that on. There's the mermaid. Oh no, never mind, I'm just blind. There it is. So that one prevents locks, so that would have been useful before for I would have made her wear it if I was doing the Ocean Palace again, but I don't know if it's gonna be particularly relevant for anything that we do next, and I think that if you look at the top part of the screen, it's like, I don't know, some kind of enemy sprite or something, like poking out of the top of the screen there, but I guess it's not really connected to anything. But I think we're pretty much coming up on the... yeah, here we go. The end of this sequence, the summit of Death Peak. Not a very tall summit, we just ended up going around more than anything to get here. You who fight the onslaught of night and darkness, please lend us your power. Ibon. Ibon and the pendant. It's really kind of unclear how all of these things kind of react together with each other, but... oh, there we go. It's shattered. That can't be it. We've worked so hard. Well... Shuttle only 2. Said I would not come back. Well, let's hang out here at Vista Hill and get a lovely view of Bowser's Keep. While we call out for Ibon to answer us. And while we get a bit of a sneak preview of one of the best Castlevania games ever. In 2045-35. Which is not a date that we can visit in this game, but only us move. It appears that time has been suspended. Never thought it possible, and yet here we are. I guess it even remembers like which characters were present during that particular sequence. What a pity. We weren't able to change a thing, except we were. Or we would be able to if we looked at the right thing, but I'm just avoiding it. We'll just exchange the clone for Ibon. This poor, friggin', I guess, massively manufactured thing, which we got from a friggin' tent in the fair. He's gonna have to be completely obliterated by the Dr. Manhattan energy instead of the real guy. And now the tree has Christmas lights. Now we got some pretty poignant kind of symbolism in a couple of different ways. A couple of different senses. We have all been waiting for you. Abexa and Vivian and well, all of us, even though neither of those people that I mentioned are actually present for this scene. So that's all that we have to say. That particular layout. But hey, we made it back. Wouldn't you look at that? So, it looks like you were successful. Don't thank me, I didn't do a thing. Just give me a place to begin. You really want to thank me and make me a member of your team? Well, if only we had that option. By the way, the Wings of Time must come looking for you. Seems to have a heart and mind of its own. You wish to find Lavos, correct? Many paths lay open to you. You may use the bucket, or fly the Wings of Time to the Day of Lavos. Or there's a black omen which floats in the sky above your world. Lavos is somehow connected with it. It's up to you to decide when and where to fight Lavos, but by now you must realize that you are the only ones who stand a chance against him. But you will not be alone. I have had some vague glimpses of events, people and places that will empower you. In the Middle Ages, a woman's sheer determination brings a force back to life. I guess he's just gonna be suggesting places to start looking if you want to do some of these side quests, which is pretty much what I'm probably going to be aiming to do now, before I actually go to the endgame. A woman's sheer determination brings a force back to life. A fugitive in the Middle Ages, Aussie maintains an evil hideout. There's a task to be done in the future where machinery originated. There's a very special stone that can shine its light on each generation from the distant past to the far future. There's the ghost of a lofty knight slain by Azdak in the Middle Ages who haunts the present. There's an object in the Middle Ages that sparkles like a rainbow. One of you is close to someone who needs help. Find this person fast. Just as you touch the lives of every life form you meet, so too will their energy strengthen you. Fail to live up to your potential and you will never win. I'm sorry that I must simply witness the coming spectacle from my vantage point here, but that's where I'm gonna stop speaking, I guess. And I'm hearing some loud clicking coming from my jaw whenever I speak now, which means that I should probably stop speaking before too long, but... Well, let's save. We got the fated hour. And now we have complete control over who to have in the party, so it's not just... We're locked with Ivan as a party leader forever, which was like the first 80% of the game or something. But yeah, will I be able to do at least one of these side quests here? Before we do anything else, let's see. I guess we're gonna keep this guy as the party leader because he's definitely the one that needs to do the most catching up. To the other party members right now. Hold on. Let me, instead of having healers in the party, why don't we have these two characters? Aztec and Sol in the party. And see if we can take on one of the quests that we can start in the Middle Ages. So let's see, where do we start? We start at the Magic Cave, and if we go over here, this is, I guess, where the Magus Keep was, but it's just not there anymore. And we can't even see this place very clearly anymore because the freaking Black Omen is just casting the shadow over it, and it's quite obnoxious. It's also kind of a lonely mountain over here. And not like the one in The Hobbit either. Just kind of there by itself. I can come over here, which is... Where is over here, actually? I don't remember. I don't think we were able to reach this place before that we got the airship. What's in the market? It's just consumables, residence, Chorus Inn. Is that like Chorus Inn, the place that's like one of those places that's like city that got destroyed in the Bible? I don't remember. I feel like there's a story by M.R. James. Was it Count Magnus? Yeah, Count Magnus that mentions that place, and it's like one of those evil places that got destroyed in the Old Testament or something. But like Chorus Inn was the full name, not Chorus Space Inn, which is just like a... I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be a pun or a reference, maybe not. Welcome and sparkles in the sun. Nothing here about the northern ruins. Is this the inn? No, this is the inn. Tengianites. Nothing else in here. Cafe. Wish someone would stay put for a change. Oh yeah, this guy that was hired to find a rainbow shell. Hey, yes, like I finally got a lead on the rainbow shell. But there's something out going on. Can you hang on to this for me? Got one Thomas Pop. Which I'm pretty sure was supposed to be beer in the original or something, but you know. If I don't return, come to my grave and pour this in my headstone. Isn't this morbid? Well, I mean, he was the one who requested it specifically, so... He only has so much he can say about that. 10 years ago, a beast was seen carrying something into the northern ruins. I'm pretty sure that relates to a separate kind of side quest, though. What's this? We're only trainees, and we all look identical. Boss is at his favorite cafe. Identical to the point that they're gonna say the exact same thing. They're literally the same object, just copy-pasted multiple times, isn't it? Well, I guess that one of the guys that we saw at the cafe actually is their boss. Going to northern ruins. I don't know that we can find anything here now. So I thought that this was a place that we were supposed to look into in the future, or in the present, not in the future. But I guess we can actually access this right now. Wait, what? Okay, we can't hit them with normal attacks. Can we hit them with magic? Or are we just being very unlucky? No, we can just hit them with magic, okay. Time they hit hard though, damn. Let's try Ice 2. I guess we don't have Water 2 as a separate thing. But it doesn't really matter right away since Ice is pretty much the same kind of element as Water. Oh shit. I mean, he has Water 2 as well, so let's use that. Grudge, oh boy. Yeah, I don't know, it seems like the freaking difficulty of just how hard we get hit by all these enemies. Oh shit. Didn't actually mean to come over here though. Hold on, can I actually run away from this fight? Can't run away, shit. We'll give this a try. Lightning 2. And Water 2, and I guess she can try to heal somebody. Christ, come on. I mean, surely that will make a difference considering that, considering just how much we're able to damage these guys with the thing. Just any attack from Magus, but there we go. Plenty of experience, geez, full ether. And I guess we can at least grab this chest, Hyper Ether. But I guess that's pretty much all that we can get from the ancient ruins, or the northern ruins right about now. Oh, for fuck's sake, what? Okay, well this is quite bad. Probably should have healed, actually. Let's use an ether. Heal up, the water 2 on everyone. I mean, if we just keep on doing these attacks that can, these magical attacks that can hit everyone, shouldn't be that much of an issue to survive, I would hope. I think some of these attacks that we can do right now, though, are actually based on percentages. And people are throwing grudge. Oh, I guess Fro's really gonna take a beating now. He might even die, but I just hope that doesn't happen. Oh no, he survived, but at least friggin' got the MP stolen twice for all the difference that's gonna make. Let's do this just in case we get into another friggin' fight. Or I should expect it by this point, or at this point, though. Now let's just go. Yeah, but sure, the northern ruins, I think, are a place that we can actually also visit this whole place, this whole area. You can also visit this place in the present if I remember this correctly. And if we want to pursue that particular, particular side quest, we do need to do it in the present. I'll check out this place in the present, real quick. I'd stay away from the ruins, the structural damage is severe. Well, it was already pretty damaged in the Middle Ages, so... been in ruins for ages. Ghosts lurk in the ruins, and these spooky phantom knights that we fought in the past. Some painted ghost hangs out in the ruins to the north. Scary. Spirits still attached to the real world live in places like that. Black omen sparkles in the sun. Oh. Language of tormented spirits has created a negative energy that surrounds the ruins, so I guess everyone knows what's going on there by now. Hey, Retro Raid. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for the raid. While I attempt to do a few things in Chrono Trigger. Let's see if I can get you a quick shout out here. My bot should be alive. But yeah, if any of you guys don't know Retro, she's another one of the people that I know from the Chase VGM, and I think that she does quite a few streams. She mostly streams Majora's Mask, like speedruns / randomizers, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, thank you for stopping by to this very fudgy, trundly playthrough of Chrono Trigger, but we're trying. And yeah, spooky stuff is going on here, but I'm honestly not sure why I'm even looking into this right now, since this isn't even... Pretty much I think the only thing that I wanted to do for today was, like, get one of these endgame side quests done, but this wasn't even the one that I was aiming to do at the time, at this time. Adventurer Thomas Grave is on the Western Cape. He failed to find the rainbow shell, except that I'm pretty sure that he didn't, but we're gonna learn a bit more about that in a little while. What can we buy from this guy? Just more consumables. His residence. I guess it's the place that we're supposed to get to get the guy's tools. I don't even remember exactly why we want to get them at this time, but there we go, we now have the tools. When I grow up, I'm gonna be a carpenter just like Daddy. Chrono Trigger randomizer, this is a free check. Might like the tools or just doing this quest. I don't think that I've ever seen a... Like, I know that they exist, but I don't think I've ever seen like a JRPG randomizer actually being played through. I don't know if there's like any JRPGs that I would even feel like I would know well enough to try randomizer for them. Like if there was any game that I would probably even consider trying something like that with, it would probably have to be this one. And even this one I don't feel I know that well. GT randomizer is an open world randomizer. Oh, and thanks for the hydrate, Lambda. Rick is giving you a hydrate, oh boy. Rick is coming at me with that doughy glove hand, which I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't think I've seen that particular graphic yet in-game. The tools, you get a random key item. What was I actually trying to do here, though? I guess I just went to the North Ruins as a complete blind guess kind of thing, just to see what was in there, but what I was actually trying to do. Let's not go there, but rather go to this place. That should be like just to the north of where that whole area was. Oh, there's also the freaking whatchamacallit, that pyramid that you can also see in the Seal Kingdom, but that's not actually accessible in any time other than the present, but we've already gotten that. But we can go to Aussie's fort if we come here. Come on in, this is the Great Aussie's place. What a nice welcome. What the? Whoa. You're the Great Aztec, as we've renamed you. You're doing well, Aussie. Deserting your fellow mystics to serve these humans. You're a traitor, you're not our king. Why did you desert us? Well, I feel somewhat compelled to try and check these statues, but I guess there's nothing on them. They do complement the symmetry of the room quite well, though. You pesky low-down good-for-nothings. I'll have you begging for mercy. But as it happens, Flea and Slash and British are also gonna be here. You sent for me. If it isn't Sir Aztec, who'd you bribe to get in here? Traitors like you deserve a beating. Well, that was quick. That rumor got around quite quickly. Stand back and let me take care of this cretins. And I'm pretty sure you specifically want to bring both Magus and Ayla, or as I renamed them, Aztec and Satellite for this side quest. To see just like how the people involved here react to come on, get this phrase out. React to the fact that Magus is in the party and also so you can actually steal from them. I don't remember if you want to attack Flea with magic or not. How should we do this? Flea plus, excuse me. Not just Flea. Well, that was easy. Just you wait, we'll teach you a lesson. Howdy. You're nothing but common thieves, but I'm also just gonna greet you very politely in spite of the encounters that we had in the last couple of rooms. Anyone who tries to steal my treasure is looking for a very cruel death. I would just show you as these guys come in, and away we go. And because they don't get off those conveyor belts, they just fall right back down. Yeah, that's what I was figuring was gonna happen. Even get the freaking music distortion, which I forgot about, that detail. Ozzy's in a pickle, so he does say different things depending on what specific part of the game that phrase comes up in. I'm kinda curious to see what happens if you actually let yourself fall off there, but probably not curious enough to actually do that right now. I don't quite remember if I tried that before. Still haven't given up. How about a good thrashing? From Slash this time. You rang? Well, that's also a reference. At first I didn't really want to slice and dice you, but now it sounds kind of fun. Even though he was pretty much completely ready to come at us whenever we... well, whatever. The one time that we actually faced him down before in the Fiend's Lord Keep house shoot. We didn't actually get the steal that time. I'm not sure if we can actually get the steal from these guys on the first encounter, because I think we fight them as a team later on. I'm gonna try one more time, but probably just one more. This also fails, I'm probably just gonna assume that it doesn't work in this encounter. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I feel that every single time that it's given me that message, it's a thought that counted. It just means that for that encounter you can't actually get a steal from whatever enemy you're trying to steal from. And yeah, these encounters are going rather smoothly. Certainly a bit of a far cry from the... Actually, I should probably be using Frog to heal. Some more... Come on, sweethearts. Well, yeah, just go for the obvious trap or just keep going. Don't you want the treasure box? It's probably filled with goodies, yeah, I would wager that it is. Found the treasure, as that guy's gonna find out. Oh, he's stumped. And he gets out of here, but now that he's no longer freaking operating that, we actually can get the thing, which is just a full ether, which... not exactly the rarest thing in the world right now, for us. Not so fast, friends. I'm not gonna make it that easy on you. Aussie Pants, Flea Vest, and Slasher 2. These unique items make us invincible, even though the Aussie Pants are just kind of a complete meme item from what I remember. Let's try to steal from the others before we steal from that guy. Wait, what? Is it not actually working right now, or am I somehow messing this up completely? Oh jeez. Let's try this one more time with a different character this time. There we go, the flea vest has been obtained. for this encounter, they actually are kind of competent. Can we do Cure 2? Oh boy, that guy's probably dead. No. Let's do Cure 2 to bring back Aztek's health. I'm gonna try Charm one more time from... Let's try it from Aussie this time. Maybe it's just like... we're just having really bad luck here for some reason. We got the Aussie pants and we got the Flea Vest, but we haven't been able to get the Slasher sword from Slash. I can keep trying for a little bit longer, but just keeps on giving me the same message. I'm not sure how to react to that. I don't have any like text or joint text that I can do right now for OGs. They actually are going kind of ham now. Oh damn, he actually is dead. Restore all allies' HP and status with him and her, but that's pretty much it, and I guess we can't do it right now. Oh, because he doesn't have her turn yet. Let me try Cure 2 with her for now. Gotta go enjoy the rest, take care and stay safe. Alright, for sure, Retro, thanks for the bait. And just nice to see you here. Have a good one. Let's see, what should I do now? I guess Lapis, this could probably be a good time to use Lapis if I manage to pick myself back up. Oh, shield is an item that you can use during battle, I didn't even realize that. And barrier probably is too. Just to revive and then immediately do Cure 2, I guess. Even survives that, he did. Let's do Cure 2 on... oh jeez. Frog and then I'm gonna see if I can do... I can't do any double text with Magus and Ayla, can I? Or Aztek and what's-her-face, Sattler. Okay, I'm gonna try just one more time to do a charm on Slash, but... let's try the all enemy targets thing. There we go, we got the Slasher too, so now I don't think I have to worry about her being, like, well, having to devote her turns to attempting to steal instead of doing other things. Not really much more to add to that. Let's see if we can actually do something now. I get the feeling that they might have a few more issues with characters, yeah. That guy getting murdered. I get my turn and maybe get her back in her feet, let's see. And maybe wait for both of them to get a turn again so that I can bring Magus back again. Just have her cast Revive, or use her Revive, I mean, on him. Do Cure 2 on him. to get him back up immediately. And now... we were attacking Slash specifically before, so maybe we can do that. Let's see. Sure hope that this doesn't get affected by the status effect that she has going on right now. I guess I could try Frog Squash. No, wait. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's try Frog Squash, even though it's like a attack all targets can't do. Which will surely not be a bad idea right now. Oh boy. Flea runs away and now it's just Ozzy left by himself. Alright. I get the feeling that we might have won just by, oh, it's this move. It's not that great if it's a single target thing without that much of a multiplier from the health thing, I guess, even though I don't even know how good that multiplier would be. Let's keep on using this, I guess, the strong magic attacks, even though... what? Well, there's only one target for them now. I would probably just take care of him now. Take care of him now with... goodness. With normal attacks, since the other monsters are just gone. What in the... Got a dash ring, got a side cap, and I guess that's... there's a couple of different places to go. No, that's not a staircase or anything. It didn't vaguely look like for a second. You will hydrate? Oh boy. Am I being reached for by a Rika with a somewhat less doughy hand this time for a hydrate? Alright. Suppose I need to hydrate once more. Which I feel is only doing so much today for some reason. I don't know. Just feel kind of bleh. This seems to be a day in which for some reason my throat does not want to be in a very great state, independently of whether or not I do hydrate. You lied when you said you wanted to create a world of evil. You used me. Oh, how dreadful. So can you hear that? It's the sound of the Reaper. I can't lose. What would become of my mystics? I must win. I'm pretty sure it's just the same shtick here as in the Aussie fight in the Fiend Lord's Keep. Where you attack the switches. Gotcha. Adios, amigos. There's an accent missing from one of the vowels there, but I'll take it. Except that I'm pretty sure that all that really does is send you back to the previous room and that's it. You'll never defeat me. But perhaps if this cartoony cat comes in and conveniently flicks the final switch, that we would have probably dealt with ourselves if we had gone through them in sequence. There we go. Achievement unlocked the trapped. That stupid fool. And we can't even try to interact with that hole ourselves. But I think that pretty much wraps up that little side quest. And then the Mystics never came back ever again, even though I think those characters actually... oh, we can't actually fall here. Figured I might as well test that on my way back out. Even though I think those characters actually do come back in a little cameo in Chrono Cross, from what I've heard. Well, cameo, and you can actually fight them as bosses, but... now that we've done that, I'm pretty sure that if we jump ahead in time to the present... this is. Yeah, this is the same piece of land that Medina Village is on in the present with the Mystics, but instead of having the silent light thing playing, when I have this long time no see, what's up? These guys still remember us, but I'm gonna run a ferry between Truce and Medina soon. Things are a little bit different. Oh, there's no statue in the thing actually. I think that's something that I missed, is that if you like come back here just before you do that side quest, you actually have a statue of Aussie in the middle instead of Magus, but now there's nothing. And everyone's just hanging out and just grooving, I guess. Black Omen will smell in the Black Omen always, so all throughout history the Black Omen is just kind of there and nobody just treats it as anything other than a pretty looking thing in the sky. And it's only 10 G per night. So peaceful. This stuff's mighty tasty, so yeah, there's even the humans hanging out now. And I'm pretty sure that if you go to the Elder's house, which is where this guy used to hang out. Yes sir, I take pride in cleaning up. I'm not slacking off. We just used to bully everyone. It's no longer happening. Name's Bando, here to build a ferry between Medina and Truce. I don't think we'll actually be... oh, this is the leader of Medina now. I don't think we'll actually be seeing the completion of that ferry in this game, though. And the gargoyles still say that the work is brutal, even though it's not really clear what they're supposed to be doing, so... go figure how you want to interpret that. If you go to the market... what do we see? How can I help you? Okay, now buy these things, but... they now no longer cost a fortune, and they are now also just kind of not nearly as good as the stuff that we have managed to acquire by this point. Might as well buy one of these just for completion's sake, though. Just to say that I have that. Speaking of completion's sake, I wonder how it would, or if it would be possible for me to, like, grind tech points in a not terrible way for the rest of Magus's single techs. Dark Mist, Dark Bomb, Magic Wall. And if I were able to do that, like what exactly I would use, like what method I would use, but... that might be where we leave things off for now, let me see. There's a few other side quests that we can do before we just head to the end game, like I said, so... probably means that we got about just one more stream left of this, but... you know, approximately... possibly quite closely, that could be the case, who knows. Perhaps 1.001 streams left of this, but anyway. What else can we even do, I guess? I'm pretty sure that this guy will tell you if you ask, but... after you deal with Aussie and the others... in the Middle Ages, a woman's sheer determination brings a forest back to life. That's to be done in the future where machinery originated, yeah. Special stone that can shine its light on each generation from the distant past to the far future. The ghost of a lofty knight slain by Aztec in the Middle Ages who haunts the present. An object that sparkles like a rainbow when a view is close to someone who needs help. Find this person fast. I don't quite remember if... like what that last one is supposed to be referring to. I think I might have a vague idea, but if I'm right in my assumption, then that would actually be directly related to the first quest that this guy mentioned that we can do, but... what would I do next? I would probably actually look into the Northern Ruins next. Let me at least quickly look into this. Could just end things off now, but... we have already done some exploration of the ruins in the Middle Ages, which I guess was probably completely unnecessary. And just kind of resulted in us getting beat up for a little bit, but... where are we right now? That's Melchior's house. This is Chorus, or Chorus, or however you're supposed to pronounce that. That has like an actual Japanese equivalent and probably actually can figure out how to pronounce that. There's a dude over there. What if we go this way instead though? Can't really do anything. What if we change things up a little bit though to where... let's bring in this guy. Or no, actually, we should keep this guy in the party just because he needs to level up, but... there's gotta be a more efficient way to do that, like I keep saying. What level is Ibon? He's level 47, so I guess Sadler has caught up with him. Maybe we should also keep him around. Grr. Oh goodness, it's Cyrus. Well, I guess we just identify immediately that he's Cyrus, but we're still gonna fight him. We could try to go through the motions, like always, and steal from him. Or try to steal from him at least. Which is probably not gonna result in anything. It was a thought that counted. Can't really do anything more, can we? Even though we don't really have Sog in the party right now. He should be the one that should be able to react. My sword had no effect. Len. Len Brennan? Cyrus? 'Tis me, Glenn. Yeah, my name is Glenn. Glenn? Glenn Short? Well, there he is, but I don't know that we can do anything with him again. We can just redo the fight and just drain our own resources a little bit more, because I guess we can't really do anything to him. No matter what. Well, I guess if we do that again, we don't really get anything new out of it, just the same scene. You know, cafe just... That's the second exit down the course in. That's where I am, man. Well, there's a Mayor's Manor, actually. Is there a cafe? There's supposed to be a place in this town. Was it the Mayor's... Did we come into this place before? I feel like we did. Stay away from the ruins. Structural damage is severe. Yeah, we did come in here before, actually. I thought there was a cafe or a bar or some kind of equivalent thing here. The residence, the inn, I guess it must have been at the inn itself. Yeah, this guy. And do I work? That's none of your business. But I'm pretty sure that since this place existed in the Middle Ages, I was only like kind of half paying attention when I was, checking this place out the first time, because I wasn't really expecting to do this right away, but I don't even look into this at all. It's just like going straight into Ozzy's fort. You've got some tools there. Will you lend them to a buddy? Sure. Now I can get to work. Oh gee, that was simple. You gotta be in here now, or... It's not very clear. I guess if we hang around the town a little more, we might find out what that guy actually gets up to. Chorus Inn, residence... Wasn't there a place somewhere around here, maybe at the, I guess the markets? This is somehow the same building that would be the mayor's mansion in the future, but it's just much smaller when we walk in. Thanks for lending me those tools, now we can finally get to work. I guess we'll start with the ruins. Come on, you lazy blokes. I don't know if the usage of the word bloke would imply that I'm supposed to give him a specific kind of accent, but I guess this time he did head off to the ruins. We're done for now. Can't repair the spots where the monsters hide. Call us after you get rid of them, we'll do the rest. Well, I mean, pretty much did that already, just at a different time. And we'll little. We might as well put this guy in the party for a bit. Let's save again. If we're gonna have to do the same thing that we did before, which was the... Oh well, here we go. This wasn't open before. And I guess we already took care of the monsters here, but this sure isn't fixed. And I mean, this hole that's right in... There's a couple of big holes right in the entrance hole that apparently he didn't even look at. Let's take a look at this. Reaper and Defunct. Reaper is apparently taking a while to die, but does not have a great hit rate either. I feel like that might be supposed to lull you into a false sense of security, though. And see, like, hey, look at this fucking... this jerk. He can't hit you at all, so you didn't have to worry about him at all, right? But now I get the feeling that whenever he does hit you, he will hit you really hard, so... Because I have the Defunct as the default target now, so I might as well stick to that guy, but... Wait, what? Yeah, there we go. What a surprise. The time that he does hit you, he does hit you for a pretty ridiculous amount of damage. Well, it's the same kind of thing as in Nu, I'm sure, which is just your max health -1. Or just however health you have at that moment, -1. Okay, this guy's still a fighter, even though he's just kind of collapsed on the ground there. Do we need to attack him with magic or something? Let me try to do that with Magus, I guess. Fire 2. A very efficient cast here, I'm sure. Oh, there we go, that did the trick. Probably should have done that before, actually. Well, that's one monster dealt with. Might as well try to clear out this whole room. Got the same configuration now. And let's see. Let's go over Fire 2 immediately. And let's attack the Reapers instead of the Defunct. Or we just attack him with regular attacks now. Just like, I want to see what happens if I try this actually. Yeah, just keep hitting him with that. Got a Lapis as next level up. But apparently we're not done. And here we are. 1984 experience points. That's a oddly rounded out and fitting number. I would say we can go through that door, I would presume, but only that door. And now we can't actually keep going forward until presumably that dude decides to. Well, that dude being the repair guy decides to come back and actually do his work. Which we can probably convince him to do. Let's see. Hey, guess what? 1000 G? Really? Well, I mean, sure. We can afford it. I want to believe that we're even getting more money than that out of just fighting the monsters that are in there. But yeah, 2000 G isn't really gonna be a big setback for us right now. We're done for now. We can't repair the spots where the monsters hide, blah 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 blah. Okay. Come on, you lazy blokes, even though I'm the one who's making the decision to just give up. Okay, this place is still empty. And this place has not actually been changed, what gives? Am I missing something here? Did he repair something down here? Okay, I guess he did. Are there be more spooky monsters over here, though? I get the feeling that there are gonna be. I don't really need to heal too badly right now, but we got this. Cyrus the Fool who challenged Aztec rests here. Cyrus, I hath returned. I shall honor my promise to thee. I don't know how. By holding up my sword? Did we make some kind of suicide pact, or did we agree on something else? And hey, there he is. Thank you for making the journey here. Thank you for paying those guys to fill in that hole outside the door. That must think ill of me. Well, yeah, after you took up that really weird kind of fake Middle English dialect. On the contrary, you have come far, my friend. When Aztec defeated me, I thought of all those whom I had left behind. King Guardia, Queen Lean, and of course you. Your skill and dedication is superior. I can rest now knowing that everyone is in good hands. Goodbye, my friend. So I guess that just means that instead of being some kind of a lingering spirit, he's gonna farewell Glenn. He's just gonna not be around. The Masamune? The knife that became a sword when it got plunged into that weird machine in the past is now becoming something else entirely as well. That's it. I guess that was being done by the two little dudes, who I guess turned out to be some kind of weird dream construct according to what we heard in the past. That was special. It means that a hero's power comes from within. Mucho metaphysical, man. Jesus Christ. Like mind over matter, Mune. My mind? Now for a yummy full-on test. It's thrashing time. Flowing with strength and vigor. It is the true identity of the Masamune. I promise to fulfill your wishes, even though he did that already a long time ago. And Magus is just kind of in the corner, or Aztec is just kind of in the corner, being like, nope, I didn't do it. What are you talking about? Cyrus sleeps here, avenged by his friend Glenn. And there we go, I guess that's also the end of that little arc. Somewhat. I mean, there's still clearly parts of this place that have not been reachable yet, that should be reachable, I think. But did we just change the... yeah. Masamune is now back in the active weapon slot, and it is now has had its stats upgraded, which means that we can probably equip the hero medal again. And it will actually be useful once again. But we still can't go through here for some reason. We can go in this room, but the giant holes in the ground will still be there, stopping us from going any farther, even though I even see a sealed chest in one of those rooms, so... Maybe we can go and talk to the freaking guy again. Do we need to give you even more money? I'll do this one more time. I sure hope that I actually see something different this time. We're done for now, that's it for now, and... Didn't say anything about any more monsters, so I guess they didn't run into any more monsters, which would be good news for me, but... Would like to imply that, or would like to assume that that implies that all of the things here are now accessible. There we go. Good one, elixir. This thing, which might be another chest that can be, yeah, let's not take out the contents. I'm assuming that this is yet another chest that can be powered up in the past, and we can get a better version of whatever's inside in the present if you go there. Wait, what? Okay. Let's see if we can actually take these guys on with normal attacks, if it's just these two guys. Is that all? Or is there a little bit more? No, there's more. That I'm gonna have to deal with here, no doubt. Oh boy, what the fuck are these things? Base. So they're like the acid and alkalines, but this time instead of just being alkalines, they're called base. Let's hit them all with lightning, sure. See what this does. It's everyone for apparently a rather unfortunate amount. Let's try hitting them with shock as well from Robo's thing. Let's see what this does. Or Hilar's thing, excuse me. Can't possibly break character, can I? Okay, is that everything? Or do we got even more to deal with? Nope, we got at least one more thing to deal with, but looks like this might be the end of the road here. Let's hit him with Fire 2 this time. Probably hit one of these things with just a regular attack and see what happens. And just do the big ol' electric thing again. Probably a good idea. Oh, that doesn't even hit. And I guess we can do the same thing here. Power them up, but don't actually open them quite yet, because I'm going to presume that they can be, whatever's inside these things can be taken out in the present, so... I have the feeling that's the next order of business here. Leave this place now that we've explored it fully, and... return to the present, and see what it looks like there. See here. Let's quickly go back to the end of time so we can get a free heal. Why not? I held these. Well, someone might take offense to that, but probably not our own ship. Okay, well, here we are. We can kill him down here first, and yeah, the spooky ghost that was guarding this place is no longer around. That's probably a good start. Come back down here. Sarah sleeps here, avenged by his friend Glenn, except he wasn't really avenged in the sense that Glenn ended up killing the person who killed him, but he ended up as a party member, so that's gonna be something. Maybe none of the monsters are gonna come back from the past, actually. That would be quite nice if you can just, like, explore this place and not have to deal with them. Oh, there we go. Nova armor level up, got one moon armor. I wonder what that means for us, let's see. Moon armor is there, and it is quite strong, and it gives us magic defense plus 10, so yeah, that's very interesting for sure. Should probably put that armor on, this guy, because he seems to be the one who has the most trouble surviving right now. One Aussie pants, question mark. I think that actually has that's something that you can wear on your head, too. Also got the freaking flea vest, didn't we? I get the feeling that's just for the female characters, though. Let's see. Maybe, maybe not. Not quite remember. Or maybe it's not for anyone, because I'm not seeing it here, even though I'm pretty sure we got it. We got the Aussie pants, the flea vest, and the slasher too, which I guess we can try to equip on this guy. And sure enough, it's apparently better than the swallow, so... Am I stupid? Hold on. Yeah, here it is, so it's an accessory. Magic defense plus 12. You'll figure that something called a vest and something called a vest would be an accessory in this, even though now there's plenty of chest armors that are called vests. And now we can actually open these up as well. Kali Blade leveled up, got one Shiva Edge. Level up for Siren, got one Valkyrie. That's like quite an esoteric way to spell Valkyrie, but there you go. And what are these? Or should I wait until after I got all of those two? Check this, we got Valkyrie, which I guess is a bow, and Shiva Edge is a sword. 4x damage at critical. Can it be equipped by you? No, it can probably only be equipped by this guy. And wouldn't you know it, it's also even better than Slasher 2, so... And I guess the Valkyrie is for her and actually gives her pretty good damage. Shiva Edge, the Valkyrie, and the Moon Armor has all been secured, and I'm pretty sure that we're also gonna want to, just for the hell of it, go back to the Middle Ages and grab those versions of the armor and the weapons as well. So I'll just do that to be thorough. And once we've done that, we really will call it, because it's been a hot minute, and it's gonna be midnight in like less than a minute for me, so... It was actually less than 10 seconds between when I said that, between when I said that and when it actually turned midnight, wouldn't you know it? But one Nova armor. So it went from Nova armor to Moon armor, from Kali Edge to Shiva Edge, and from something that wasn't Valkyrie to Valkyrie. Or Kali Blade, excuse me. Siren. And now this place is completely cleaned out. But I'm pretty sure there's just one more thing that we gotta do before we wrap things up, now that we have the ultimate version of the Masamune in our possession. And we have Thogwa Frog as the party leader. We can go back to the other half of the world here. Go to Denadora Mountains. Don't even get in that first fight. And actually, hold on. I should probably save right before I do this, because I do remember that it actually does pay to be paranoid here. There's a potential crash that can happen, or just hang. I wonder if the Yogan will even be a threat to us now. At this point. Still gonna have obnoxiously high defense, I guess, but will that really make a difference? Surely we can take him. Yeah, there we go. But I think the very last thing we need to do here, after we deal with a few more of these guys. Can't imagine that will be the last time that one of the freaking freelancers just gets in the way. You know what? Let's do something. Let's just fucking use fire too, because that's how you're supposed to deal with the freaking little ones. Hit them with fire, right? So I'll take that advice. Hit them with fire to burn off the hammer, even though it didn't even survive that. But here we go. To the point where this dude is just throwing rocks at you, and look at that, we caught one. Wait, the freelancer starts glowing in Sog's hand. He got the gold rock, which changed frog art eye. Not even sure exactly what this is, but I did remember that that's how you are supposed to get it. Wait until the Masamune is powered up from that endgame quest, and now you can use the gold rock to invoke the triple tech Grand Dream. Oh yeah, I think I remember some of that. I'm pretty sure that I got some triple techs just from maxing out the single techs and having at least one, like one battle completed between characters that would be able to come together and do a triple tech, but apparently some of them are only obtainable by getting special, like, items. Maybe we could try it out, like right now. Hold on. Oh boy, apparently we got an achievement just for equipping that, but not for acquiring it. Hey guys, can I pick you up? There we go. I get the feeling that we're gonna need a specific party formation for this, and it's not necessarily gonna be the one that we have right now though. Yeah, we can't do it right now, damn it. We can probably try to bully the freaking enemy formation of birds and goblins that are right at the beginning of this whole area, though, if I can figure out who else needs to be here in the party to make that tech work. Grand Dream needs to be with him, with Obexa, and with Hilar. Okay. It's apparently a physical attack with Masamune. Let's give it a try. Just swap this guy out for her. Like that. So we'll just wait for everyone to be ready. I sure hope the bellbirds don't decide to make us confused while we're waiting for this. There we go. Oh jeez. I mean, I guess that makes sense if it's I gotta be perfectly honest with you, that seems like it was pretty... Well, pretty learning all these things right now, but that seemed like it was a pretty, like the damage numbers on that left a lot to be desired, considering that it was a triple tech, but... I don't know. I think I ever even saw that animation before. I feel like I didn't really see a lot of things in this game before, but with that out of the way, having completed that North Ruins quest and also having obtained a gold rock, let's go ahead and go back to the end of time, so we can kind of, I don't know, I guess make home base there. You take eyeball. So pretty much everybody else says something when you, pretty much everybody else says something when you try to recruit them here at the end of time, but... In the case of Ivan, it's just, will you take him? And we lied, we didn't even take her. What a damn shame. But there we go, the faded hour. We can save a couple more times just for good measure, why not? Completely belie the real state of our save. And let's have this new triumphant Ale theme saddler music when we get the rundown of the available side quests now. Once your determination brings a force back to life. The future, the very special stone. The object that sparkles like a rainbow, someone who needs help. And there we go. Will it get replaced by a different thing when we board this thing? Nope. Well, maybe if you do full speed ahead. Nope. We can just keep this freaking theme playing all throughout this until we go somewhere else, actually, I guess. And then all of a sudden it's replaced with the regular ebook theme. I don't know which of these other quests I'm going to be taking on next, though, but I guess we can enjoy the scenery here in the past. Giant crater left by the Tyranno there. I mean, we're already able to, like, use other things to fly here in the past. It's even still there. 2 flying things that we can use in this time period. But yeah, like I said, that's pretty much what I'm gonna be leaving it for. We're gonna have to do a little bit of reference for pretty much everything that's left in the game, which is not that much. It's just like a handful of other side quests that we can do, and then at the end of the game. Even though I'm probably gonna end up doing like that thing where you run through the final dungeon 3 times, which you can do if you do it in the right order, so that you can get more stuff out of it. Seems like it would probably be a good idea with like how much of a damage difficulty spike thingy it has been in some of the side quest stuff just so far, but let me bring back the old playlist for the end of this. It's probably gonna be quite a bit louder than the game was. Let me see if I can adjust that there. Well, that's just I mean, I would say, but that's just fine, but that wouldn't really relate to anything. If I said, but that's just fine, I would probably implicitly relate to the fact that the thing is louder, but it's not louder anymore because I changed it. So I should probably just go ahead and not say anything. But I've got to say something or else nothing will make sense. And the thing that I probably should say at this time... Well, there's a number of things that I could say at this time. The first thing that I should probably do at this time actually is go to the screen that looks like this, which is the end of stream / thanks for watching / see you next time. I mean, the boards that you can actually see on there. Or see you next trip. That probably makes the most sense out of all the things that I could possibly say, or call it, when you take that into consideration, but there's a lot of things in life that don't make sense. But rather than dwell on that kind of thing, something that I probably ought to do instead is to figure out if there's anyone alive right now that I could possibly pin for a quick raid. The time seems right now. Seems rather ripe at this. And I think I do see an opportunity, why not? Should probably go for this, since it would make sense thematically to go from one classic Super Nintendo game to another. Thinking I'm gonna go for this today, because I think that I'm pretty sure that I've rated this person before. Hold on, what am I doing? Like, I'm supposed to actually type this out, so I'm gonna work the other way this time. But if you would be willing to stick around for just a moment longer, I'm gonna try to throw a quick raid at Cat Avery, the Twitch streamer formerly known as Oprycat, who is someone that we have rated in the past. Yeah, pretty cool person. Pretty nice, fun streams, and currently is doing a playthrough, Temperatures are playing playthrough of Super Metroid. Another classic Super Nintendo game of which I am quite fond myself, even though I've only played that a couple of times. I feel like I would probably have a better memory of Metroid Fusion, as I happen to bring up relatively often in Super Metroid streams, which seem to be a very, very popular thing. But anyhow, rather than go into some kind of tangent about that, I can just say that, leave it at that. I don't know what each of those that's would relate to in this context, but anyway. Anyway, raid. Hey, and a pretty cool song to end things off with too. But yeah, we're gonna be doing that, so it'd be super nice if you could go ahead and stick around for just a little bit longer for that. And as for myself, I should be back tomorrow, probably with Higurashi. Probably trying to find out, like, how much longer the Onikakushi part of that is gonna go on for, and then probably the day after that with the end of Chrono Trigger, so y'all take it easy. I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting, always great whenever people chat, and I will see you later.